Welcome to Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, where tonight we'll journey through magical corridors, enchanted classrooms, and the peaceful grounds of the castle. Join us as we explore the wizarding world in a story designed to help you drift into a peaceful sleep. After our story concludes, you'll hear the gentle crackling of a common room fire to help you fall asleep. There will be no advertisements or interruptions, just the continuous, soothing sounds of flames to carry you into your dreams. Now take a deep breath, relax your mind, and let's begin our magical adventure. The evening sky above Hogwarts Castle was a canvas of deep blues and purples, brushed with streaks of fading orange as the last light of day melted into the horizon. Stars began to peek out one by one, twinkling like distant enchantments against the velvet darkness. Within the ancient stone walls, the corridors of Hogwarts had grown quiet as students retreated to their common rooms, their excited chatter fading into the night. Harry Potter climbed the spiral staircase to Professor Dumbledore's office, his footsteps echoing softly in the stillness. The headmaster had sent him a note during dinner, requesting his presence for what he called a spot of evening reflection. Harry wasn't worried. These invitations had become somewhat regular over the past few months, moments of quiet conversation that Harry had come to treasure. As he reached the top of the stairs, the large wooden door to Dumbledore's office stood slightly ajar, a warm golden light spilling out into the stairwell. Harry knocked gently. "Come in, Harry," called Dumbledore's serene voice from within. Harry pushed the door open and stepped inside. Dumbledore's office always felt like entering another world, a place where time moved differently, more slowly perhaps. This evening it seemed especially peaceful. The usual silver instruments on their spindly tables ticked and whirred softly, releasing occasional puffs of pale smoke that spiraled lazily toward the ceiling. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses dozed in their frames, their gentle snores adding to the room's tranquil symphony. Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his golden perch, his magnificent scarlet and gold plumage gleaming in the soft light. As Harry entered, the bird raised his head and regarded him with intelligent eyes, before resuming the delicate preening of his feathers. Professor Dumbledore stood by one of the tall, arched windows, gazing out at the night sky. He turned as Harry approached, his long silver beard and half-moon spectacles catching the light. "Good evening, Harry," he said warmly. "Thank you for joining me. I find that evenings such as these are perfect for contemplation. Don't you agree?" Harry nodded, feeling the day's tensions begin to ease from his shoulders. There was something about the headmaster's presence that always had this effect, a sense of being anchored in a safe harbor, no matter what storms might rage beyond. "Please, sit." Dumbledore gestured to a comfortable armchair that Harry hadn't noticed before, positioned near the unlit fireplace. As Harry settled into it, Dumbledore waved his wand almost lazily, and a gentle fire sprang to life, casting a cozy glow across the room. "Would you care for some hot chocolate?" Dumbledore asked, already summoning a tray that floated gently down to rest on a small table between them. 2 steaming mugs sat upon it, the rich aroma of chocolate filling the air. "Thank you, Professor," Harry said, taking one of the mugs. The warmth spread through his hands as he held it, and the first sip was like velvet on his tongue, sweet but not too sweet, with just a hint of cinnamon. Dumbledore settled into his own chair with a contented sigh. For a few moments, they sat in comfortable silence, sipping their hot chocolate and watching the dance of firelight across the room. From somewhere in the castle, the distant chimes of a clock marked the hour. It was then that Harry noticed something peculiar on Dumbledore's desk. Among the silver instruments and stacks of parchment stood a single candle in an ornate silver holder. But this was no ordinary candle. Its flame flickered gently, shifting colors as Harry watched, from a warm gold to a soft blue, then to a delicate lavender before returning to gold again. More curiously, the wax didn't appear to be melting at all, remaining perfectly intact despite the dancing flame. "Professor," Harry said, his curiosity piqued, "that candle on your desk. I've never seen anything like it." Dumbledore followed Harry's gaze and smiled, his eyes twinkling in that familiar way that suggested he was pleased by the question. "You've noticed my ever-burning candle," he said, rising from his chair. With careful hands, he lifted the silver candle holder and brought it over, placing it on the table between them. Up close, the flame was even more mesmerizing, not just changing colors, but seeming to contain tiny galaxies within its flickering light. "It never melts?" Harry asked, leaning forward to study it more closely. "Never," Dumbledore confirmed. "It has been burning continuously for over 300 years, yet remains as it was on the first day it was lit." Harry watched the flame shift from blue to a soft rose pink. "It's beautiful," he said softly. "Indeed it is. More than beautiful, I would say it is meaningful." Dumbledore settled back into his chair, his eyes reflecting the changing colors of the flame. "Would you like to hear its story, Harry?" Harry nodded eagerly, settling deeper into his armchair. There was nothing quite like one of Dumbledore's stories, especially on a quiet evening like this. "This candle," Dumbledore began, his voice taking on the gentle cadence of a storyteller, "was a gift to Hogwarts during one of the darkest periods in its history. In the early 1700s, a terrible plague swept through the wizarding world. It was a magical malady that resisted even the most powerful healing spells. Hogwarts was not spared. Many students fell ill, and a deep despair settled over the castle." The flame flickered to a somber blue as Dumbledore spoke, as if responding to the mood of his tale. "During this time, there was a wizard named Elwyn Nightglow. He had studied the properties of light and flame for most of his life, believing that there was old magic to be found in these elements, magic that had been largely forgotten. When he heard of Hogwarts' plight, he journeyed here from his home in the distant mountains." Harry watched the flame, now a gentle golden glow, and found himself imagining this wizard traveling across snowy landscapes, driven by purpose. "Elwyn arrived at Hogwarts in the dead of winter," Dumbledore continued. "The castle was shrouded in gloom, not just from the season, but from the heaviness that misfortune brings. He brought with him this very candle, though at that time it was unlit and appeared quite ordinary." Dumbledore paused to take a sip of his hot chocolate, and in that moment Fawkes flew from his perch to settle on the arm of the headmaster's chair. The phoenix trilled a soft note that seemed to harmonize with the crackling fire. On the winter solstice, the longest night of the year, Elwyn gathered everyone in the great hall. He spoke of hope and resilience, and of the light that lives within each of us. Then, with a spell of his own creation, he lit this candle. As if responding to the story, the flame grew slightly brighter, its color shifting to a warm, radiant gold. Elwyn explained that the candle was enchanted to burn eternally, a symbol that light persists, even in the darkest times. But more than a symbol, he imbued it with genuine magic. The flame, he said, would respond to the emotions around it, reflecting the collective spirit of Hogwarts. In times of joy, it would burn bright and golden. In times of sorrow, it would turn blue, but never go out, a reminder that even sadness is temporary. Harry found his eyes drawn to the flame, watching as it shifted from gold to a gentle azure and back again. "Most importantly," Dumbledore said, leaning forward slightly, "Elwyn designed the candle to hold a special property. Those who look into its flame with an open heart might see reflections of their most cherished memories, not as they happened, but as they felt, the emotional truth of our happiest moments. Can anyone see these reflections? Harry asked, his voice hushed in the tranquil room. Dumbledore smiled. Anyone can try, but it requires a certain spell, and more importantly, a certain state of mind. One must be fully present, with thoughts neither dwelling in the past nor racing toward the future. It is, I have found, quite similar to the mindset needed for advanced occlumency, though far more pleasant in its execution. Harry's expression must have betrayed his doubt, for Dumbledore chuckled softly. Don't worry, Harry, it's not nearly as difficult as I may have made it sound. In fact, its simplicity is what makes it so elusive to many wizards. We tend to complicate what should be straightforward. With a gentle wave of his wand, Dumbledore caused the flame to detach from the candle. It floated upward like a tiny, colourful firefly, hovering in the space between them. Harry watched, fascinated, as it drifted in a lazy circle before settling back onto the wick. The spell is Memoriae Lucerna, Dumbledore said, but the words themselves are merely a key. The true magic lies in allowing yourself to be fully present with the flame. Harry drew his wand, looking questioningly at Dumbledore, who nodded encouragingly. Memoriae Lucerna, Harry whispered, focusing on the gently shifting flame. Nothing happened at first. The flame continued to flicker and change colors, but showed no sign of reflecting any memories. Harry felt a flicker of disappointment. Try again, Dumbledore suggested gently, but this time don't try so hard. Let your mind settle, like leaves floating on still water. Harry took a deep breath and released it slowly. He felt the weight of the wand in his hand, the softness of the chair beneath him, the warmth of the fire on his face. He noticed the subtle sounds around him, the ticking of silver instruments, Fawkes's gentle breathing, the occasional pop from the fireplace. Memoriae Lucerna, he said again, his voice barely above a whisper. This time, the flame seemed to respond, growing slightly taller and burning with a steadier light. As Harry watched, the colors within the flame began to shift and swirl in a new way. Gradually, shapes began to form, indistinct at first, then clearer. Harry caught his breath as he recognized what he was seeing. There in the heart of the flame was a tiny, perfect reflection of himself, Ron and Hermione, sitting by the lake on a sunny spring day. He remembered that day. They had finished their exams and had spent the afternoon doing nothing but enjoying each other's company, skipping stones across the water and laughing about nothing in particular. The image shifted, and now Harry saw himself flying on his firebolt, the Quidditch pitch far below. He felt again that wonderful sensation of freedom, of being completely unbound by gravity or worry. Another shift, and there was the burrow, warm and chaotic and welcoming in a way he had never experienced before he met the Weasleys. He could almost smell Mrs. Weasley's cooking and hear the twins' laughter. The images continued to change, each one a moment when Harry had felt truly happy, truly himself. Some were grand moments of triumph, but others were quiet, simple times, sitting in the Gryffindor common room with friends, walking across the snow-covered grounds, receiving a letter from Sirius. Eventually the visions faded, and the flame returned to its gentle, color-shifting flicker. Harry sat back in his chair, feeling a warm glow inside that matched the candle's light. "What did you see?" Dumbledore asked softly. Harry described some of the memories, his voice filled with wonder. It wasn't just seeing them, he explained, it was feeling them again, all at once. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes kind. That is the true gift of Elwyn's candle. Not just to remember our happiest moments, but to reconnect with how they made us feel. To carry that light within us, even when we walk through shadows. They sat in comfortable silence for a time, watching the flame dance and shift. Outside, the night had deepened, stars now scattered abundantly across the sky. Sir Elwyn lit the candle. Dumbledore continued his story eventually. A remarkable thing happened. The atmosphere in the castle began to change. The despair that had gripped everyone started to lift. Within a few weeks, the plague that had seemed so unstoppable began to recede. By spring, Hogwarts was healing. Did the candle cure the plague? Harry asked. Dumbledore tilted his head thoughtfully. Elwyn himself never claimed such power for his creation. He said only that hope is its own kind of magic, perhaps the most powerful kind. When we believe in better days to come, we find the strength to endure until they arrive. The headmaster rose from his chair and walked to the window, looking out at the star-filled sky. Elwyn left the candle in the care of the headmaster, with instructions that it should always be kept burning as a reminder. In times of celebration, it is burned at the center of the Great Hall. In times of danger, it has been kept safe, but never extinguished. Harry thought about this. So during the First Wizarding War, it burned, Dumbledore confirmed, turning back to face Harry. Sometimes, its flame was the only light I could see in those dark days. And yet, it never faltered. He returned to his chair, his expression thoughtful. Elwyn wrote that the candle would burn until it was no longer needed, until the wizarding world had learned to keep its own light alive, no matter what darkness might come. Do you think that will ever happen? Harry asked. Dumbledore smiled gently. I believe it happens every day, in small ways. Every time someone chooses kindness over cruelty, understanding over ignorance, love over hatred, the light grows stronger within us all. The headmaster lifted his wand again and, with a graceful motion, caused the flame to lift once more from the candle. This time it floated higher, dividing into several smaller flames that danced in the air like luminous butterflies. They circled above Harry and Dumbledore, casting their shifting light across the office. The most powerful magic often comes from the simplest truths, Dumbledore said, watching the dancing lights. Elwyn understood that. His candle is impressive, certainly, but it is merely a reflection of what already exists within each of us. With another wave of his wand, Dumbledore gathered the dancing flames back together and returned them to the candle. The flames settled once more, burning with a steady golden glow. I've kept this candle close for many years, Dumbledore said. During my darkest moments, it has been a comfort to look into its light and remember that no night lasts forever. Even when clouds hide the stars and the moon, they continue to shine. So too does hope persist, even when we cannot see it. Harry nodded, understanding. He had experienced his own dark times, moments when it seemed impossible that things would ever improve. Yet somehow, they always did. May I try the spell again? He asked. Of course, Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. Harry focused on the flame, allowing his mind to settle into that state of present awareness. Memore e lucerna, he whispered. This time the flame responded immediately. In its dancing light, Harry saw new images. His parents smiling at him from the mirror of Erised, Hagrid telling him he was a wizard, finding Hedwig waiting for him with a letter tied to her leg. But there was something else too, something he hadn't seen before. Amid his own memories, Harry caught glimpses of other scenes. A young Dumbledore laughing with someone who looked remarkably like him, perhaps a brother. Dumbledore standing in this very office on the day he became headmaster. Dumbledore watching from a distance as a young Harry played in the snow at Hogwarts, unaware of being observed. When the visions faded, Harry looked up at Dumbledore with surprise. "I saw some of your memories," he said. Dumbledore nodded, seeming unsurprised. The candle sometimes creates connections between those who share its light. It reminds us that we are never truly alone in our experiences, that joy, like sorrow, is universal. The clock somewhere in the castle chimed again, marking the late hour. Dumbledore glanced toward the window, where the night sky was now fully dark, scattered with countless stars. "It's getting late," he said gently. "You should return to your dormitory and get some rest." Harry nodded, though part of him wished to stay longer in this peaceful sanctuary. He stood, placing his empty mug on the tray. "Thank you for sharing this with me, Professor," he said. Dumbledore smiled, his eyes kind. "Thank you for your company, Harry. Sometimes the greatest gift we can offer each other is simply our presence." As Harry turned to leave, Dumbledore spoke again. "Harry, if you ever find yourself in need of remembering the light, you are welcome to visit the candle. It will remain here as it has for centuries, burning steadily regardless of what comes." Harry nodded, feeling a warmth in his chest that had nothing to do with the hot chocolate. "Good night, Professor." "Good night, Harry. Pleasant dreams." As Harry descended the spiral staircase, his mind was filled with the gentle glow of the ever-burning candle and the memories it had revealed. He carried that light with him through the quiet corridors of Hogwarts, all the way back to Gryffindor Tower, where the common room was now nearly empty, the fire burning low in the grate. In his dormitory, as he changed into his pajamas and slipped between the covers of his four-poster bed, Harry thought about what Dumbledore had said, that the true magic of the candle was merely a reflection of what already existed within each of us. He closed his eyes, the memory of the colourful flame still vivid in his mind, and felt that internal light glowing steadily as he drifted towards sleep. Outside the castle windows, the stars continued their silent vigil over Hogwarts, their eternal light a companion to the small magical flame that had burned for centuries in the headmaster's office, a reminder that even in the darkest times, there is always light to be found, if only we know how to look for it. The days at Hogwarts flowed into one another in a gentle rhythm of classes, meals, and quiet evenings. Spring had fully arrived, bringing with it longer days and the sweet scent of flowers blooming across the grounds. The black lake sparkled under the sunshine, occasionally revealing glimpses of the giant squid basking near the surface. About a week after his evening with Dumbledore and the ever-burning candle, Harry found himself returning to the headmaster's office. This time, it wasn't in response to a formal invitation, but rather a note delivered by a small school owl during breakfast. "The door will be open this evening should you wish to continue our discussion." As evening approached, Harry made his way through the corridors, which were bathed in the golden light of the setting sun streaming through the high windows. The castle seemed particularly peaceful today, with the gentle murmur of portraits conversing as he passed, and the distant melody of what might have been Flitwick's choir practicing in the great hall. When he reached the gargoyle that guarded the entrance to Dumbledore's office, he realized he didn't know the password. But as he approached, the gargoyle moved aside without a word, revealing the spiral staircase. True to Dumbledore's note, the door at the top stood slightly ajar, a warm light spilling through the opening. Harry knocked gently before pushing the door wider. "Professor?" "Come in, Harry," came Dumbledore's voice, as serene as ever. The office was much as it had been during his last visit, with one noticeable difference. The ever-burning candle now rested on a small table near the window, its flame flickering with a gentle blue-green light that reminded Harry of the sea on a clear day. Fawkes was absent from his perch, but a soft rustling from the rafters above suggested the Phoenix was exploring the higher reaches of the tower. Dumbledore stood by one of his many bookshelves, a large leather-bound volume open in his hands. He closed it carefully as Harry entered, returning it to its place among countless others. "I'm glad you decided to visit," Dumbledore said, gesturing to the same comfortable chair Harry had occupied during his previous visit. "I've been thinking about our conversation regarding Elwyn's candle, and there's something more I'd like to share with you." As Harry settled into the chair, he noticed that the small table between the armchairs now held a delicate silver tea service instead of hot chocolate. Steam rose from the spout of the teapot in graceful spirals, carrying the subtle fragrance of herbs and flowers. "Chamomile and lavender," Dumbledore explained, noticing Harry's interest. "From Professor Sprout's personal garden. Quite soothing, especially in the evening hours." He poured 2 cups, handing one to Harry. The tea was the colour of honey, and its warmth seemed to spread through Harry's fingers and up his arms as he took it. "I mentioned last time that Elwyn Nightglow created the ever-burning candle during a time of great difficulty at Hogwarts," Dumbledore began, settling into his own chair. "What I didn't tell you was that his story continued long after he left the candle in the headmaster's care." Harry sipped his tea, surprised by its pleasantly sweet taste, despite having no sugar added. The tension he hadn't realized he was carrying in his shoulders began to ease. "Elwyn was what some might call a wandering scholar," Dumbledore continued. "He believed that magic was best understood not through books alone, but through direct experience of the world and its many wonders. After leaving Hogwarts, he traveled extensively, studying light-based magic from wizarding communities around the globe. Outside the window, the last rays of sunlight painted the sky in shades of pink and gold. As if responding to this natural display, the candle's flame shifted to match, taking on a rosy glow with streaks of amber. In his travels, Elwyn discovered something remarkable. The magic of light, of illumination in all its forms, is perhaps the most universal of all magical arts. Every wizarding culture he encountered had their own traditions and spells, centered around light, from the simplest lumos to the most complex illusions and protections." Dumbledore paused to take a sip of his tea, his expression thoughtful. This led Elwyn to develop a theory that light magic taps into something fundamental, a kind of primal magic that existed before wizards learned to channel and direct it with wands and words. Harry found himself drawn into the story, imagining this wizard from centuries past journeying through mountains and forests, across oceans and deserts, always seeking to understand the deeper nature of magic. "In the mountains of Tibet," Dumbledore continued, "Elwyn studied with wizards who could create lanterns of light that would guide lost travelers home no matter how far they had strayed. In West Africa, he learned from witches who wove patterns of light into protective wards that could shield entire villages. Among the indigenous wizards of Australia, he witnessed ceremonies where the stories of their ancestors were told through dancing lights that moved like living things." As Dumbledore spoke, the flame of the ever-burning candle began to dance more actively, as if responding to the story. Its colours shifted through a spectrum that reminded Harry of the different places being described: the cool blue-white of mountain snow, the warm orange-red of African earth, the shimmering gold of Australian deserts. It was during his time in Japan, Dumbledore said, that Elwyn made what he considered his most significant discovery. There he encountered wizards who practiced a form of magic centered around the concept of inner light, the spark of magic that exists within each witch and wizard. They believed that this inner light could be cultivated and strengthened through meditation and certain magical practices. Harry found himself completely absorbed in the tale, his tea cooling forgotten in his hands. There was something about Dumbledore's storytelling that made him feel as though he could see these distant places and people almost as clearly as he had seen his own memories in the candle's flame. Elwyn spent several years studying these practices, Dumbledore said. He learned to perceive his own inner light and, more remarkably, to see the light within others. According to his journals, this ability allowed him to understand people in a way that went beyond words or outward appearances. The flame of the candle burned steadily now, a clear, pure white that seemed to illuminate the office more brightly than its small size should allow. When Elwyn eventually returned to Britain, Dumbledore continued, he was a changed wizard. He had left as a scholar seeking knowledge and returned as something more, a kind of sage who carried light not just in his spells, but in his very being. He settled in a small cottage by the sea, where he continued his research and occasionally welcomed visitors seeking his wisdom. Outside, night had fully fallen. Stars twinkled in the velvety darkness, visible through the tower windows. It was during this period that Elwyn created what he called light vessels, objects infused with the special magic he had learned in his travels. The ever-burning candle was one of his first such creations, but there were others. Lanterns that would always guide their bearers home, mirrors that reflected not appearances but truths, windows that showed not what was outside, but what the viewer most needed to see. Dumbledore rose from his chair and walked to a cabinet near his desk. With a wave of his wand, the cabinet unlocked and opened, revealing a collection of small, curious objects. He selected something and brought it back to where Harry sat. In Dumbledore's palm rested what appeared to be a smooth stone, about the size of a snitch, with swirls of cream and grey on its surface. It looked quite ordinary, like something one might find on a beach. "This," Dumbledore said, "is another of Elwyn's creations. He called it a light stone. Unlike the candle which shows our memories, this stone is said to reveal our potential, the light of what we might become if we follow our truest path." He held the stone out to Harry, who took it carefully. It felt warm to the touch, warmer than it should have been after sitting in a cabinet, as if it had been resting in the sun. "Would you like to see what it shows?" Dumbledore asked gently. Harry nodded, curious but also slightly apprehensive. "Hold it in both hands," Dumbledore instructed, "and close your eyes. Focus on the warmth you feel from the stone, and when you're ready, whisper Lumen Potentia." Harry cupped the stone in his palms, surprised at how comfortable it felt there, as if shaped specifically for his hands. He closed his eyes, focusing on the pleasant warmth radiating from the stone. After a moment, when he felt centered and calm, he whispered, "Lumen Potentia." The warmth in his hands intensified, not uncomfortably, but noticeably. Behind his closed eyelids, Harry began to see a soft glow, as if he were looking at a distant light through fog. Gradually, the light grew clearer, and with it came a series of impressions rather than distinct images. A sense of standing firm amid a storm, of hands extended to help others rise, of a circle of faces looking to him not with awe but with trust. He felt a deep sense of peace and purpose, stronger than anything he had experienced before. When the sensations faded, Harry opened his eyes to find Dumbledore watching him with a gentle, knowing expression. "What did you see, Harry?" he asked quietly. Harry tried to put the experience into words, though it seemed to resist easy description. Not really pictures, more like feelings. Like I was doing something important, something right, and I wasn't alone. Dumbledore nodded, as if this was exactly what he had expected. The Lightstone doesn't show specific futures. Elwyn was quite clear that destiny is never fixed. Rather, it reveals the essence of our potential, the core of what we might become when we are true to ourselves. Harry handed the stone back to Dumbledore, who held it for a moment with a distant look in his eyes before returning it to its cabinet. Elwyn created many such objects over the years, Dumbledore said, settling back into his chair. Most have been lost to time, but a few remain, preserved by those who understood their value. He gestured to the ever-burning candle, its flame now a gentle, steady gold. The candle is perhaps his most enduring creation. It has been at Hogwarts for centuries, passing from one headmaster to the next, a continuous flame through changing times. Harry found himself wondering what other magical objects might exist in the wizarding world, created by wizards and witches with special knowledge or talents, perhaps forgotten now except by a few. "Professor," he asked, "what happened to Elwyn in the end?" Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. "The records are unclear. Some accounts say he lived to a very old age in his cottage by the sea, eventually passing peacefully in his sleep. Others suggest a more mysterious end, that on a night of particularly brilliant stars he simply vanished, leaving behind only his light vessels and journals." The headmaster's eyes twinkled. "I rather prefer the second version myself, though we may never know the truth. What matters is the legacy he left, not just in these magical objects, but in the understanding that light exists in many forms, both around and within us." A comfortable silence fell between them. Harry found his eyes drawn once more to the ever-burning candle, its flame now shifting between shades of blue and green, like the sea near Elwyn's cottage might have looked. "I've been thinking about what you told me," Harry said after a while, "about the candle being a reminder that light persists even in dark times. It reminds me of something Sirius once told me, that the ones who love us never really leave us." Dumbledore nodded, his expression warm, a profound truth, elegantly expressed. Love, like light, has a way of persisting beyond what we can see or touch. He leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes intent. "Harry, there's a reason I wanted to share Elwyn's story with you. In many ways, you remind me of him, not in specific talents or interests perhaps, but in something more essential. Like Elwyn, you have a remarkable capacity to carry light within you, even when surrounded by darkness." Harry felt a flush of embarrassment at the comparison, but also a strange sense of recognition, as if Dumbledore had put into words something he had felt but never articulated. "I'm not special," he said automatically. Dumbledore smiled gently. "We are all special in our own ways, Harry. But more importantly, we all have this capacity for inner light. Some discover it easily, others must work to uncover it, and still others might never realize it's there. But it exists, nonetheless." The headmaster rose and walked to the window, looking out at the night sky. "In the times ahead, I believe this inner light will be more important than any spell or charm we might master." Harry understood what Dumbledore was referring to without it being said explicitly. With Voldemort's return, the wizarding world faced a growing darkness. Not just the threat of violence and fear, but the more insidious shadows of doubt, despair, and division. "Can I learn to see it?" Harry asked. "The light in others, like Elwyn could." Dumbledore turned back from the window, his expression brightening. "I believe you already do in your own way. When you look at Ron and Hermione, At Sirius or Remus or any of those you care about, you see beyond their surface to what makes them truly themselves. That is a form of seeing their light. He returned to his chair, his movements graceful despite his age. But if you wish to develop this awareness more consciously, there are certainly practices that might help. Elwyn's journals contain many such exercises. With a wave of his wand, Dumbledore summoned a small leather-bound book from one of his shelves. It looked ancient, its cover worn, soft with age and handling. "This is a copy of some of Elwyn's writings," he said, offering the book to Harry. "The original journals are kept in the Department of Mysteries, but I made this transcription many years ago, focusing on his practical teachings rather than his theoretical speculations." Harry took the book carefully, feeling a sense of connection to this wizard from centuries past. "Thank you, Professor. Take your time with it," Dumbledore advised. "These practices are not meant to be rushed. They are more like seeds that need time to germinate and grow." Harry nodded, slipping the small book into his pocket. Outside, clouds had moved across the sky, temporarily obscuring the stars. The ever-burning candle seemed to glow a bit brighter in response, as if compensating for the hidden celestial light. "One more thing about Elwyn's light vessels," Dumbledore said, his tone becoming slightly more serious. "They respond to intention and awareness. The more present and clear-minded you are when working with them, the more they reveal. But they can also reflect back confusion or distress, if that's what we bring to them." He gestured to the candle. "When you first attempted to see your memories in the flame, you struggled until you became more present. This is true for all magical work, but especially for the subtle magic of light." Harry thought about this, remembering how differently the spell had worked on his second attempt, when he had been more relaxed and focused. "Is that why some wizards are more powerful than others?" he asked. "Because they're more present?" Dumbledore tilted his head thoughtfully. "That's part of it, certainly. True mastery of magic requires a kind of alignment between intention and action, between mind and magic. But power itself can come from many sources, not all of them as wholesome as presence." He glanced at the ever-burning candle, its flame now a deep royal purple. Elwyn believed that the purest and most enduring magic comes from alignment with our inner light, with the truest part of ourselves. In that sense, it is not so different from what gives a Patronus its power, or what makes certain kinds of love so magically potent. Harry nodded, understanding. He thought about his own Patronus and how it had felt to cast it successfully. That sense of drawing on something deep within himself, something true and bright. The clock in the castle chimed distantly, marking the hour. Dumbledore glanced toward the sound, then back at Harry with a gentle smile. "It's growing late, and I believe you have Transfiguration first thing tomorrow. Professor McGonagall tends to notice when her students are less than fully alert." Harry smiled, knowing this was true. He rose from his chair, the small book of Elwyn's teachings secure in his pocket. "Thank you for sharing all this with me, Professor." Dumbledore inclined his head. "Thank you for listening, Harry. It's a rare pleasure to find someone who appreciates these old stories and the wisdom they contain." As Harry turned to leave, Dumbledore added, "Feel free to visit the candle whenever you wish. Sometimes, when we need guidance the most, the light shows us exactly what we need to see." Harry nodded, feeling grateful for this invitation. He made his way down the spiral staircase and through the quiet corridors of the castle, his mind full of Elwyn's story and the magical objects he had created. Back in the Gryffindor common room, he found it nearly empty, with just a few seventh years hunched over late-night essays in the far corner. The fire burned low in the grate, casting a warm, flickering light that reminded Harry of the ever-burning candle. He settled into one of the armchairs and carefully opened the small leather book Dumbledore had given him. The handwriting inside was neat and precise, presumably Dumbledore's transcription rather than Elwyn's original script. Harry began to read, finding descriptions of exercises for cultivating awareness of one's inner light, methods for perceiving the light in others, and reflections on how this awareness could transform everyday magical practice. One passage in particular caught his attention. The light within us is not separate from the light around us. When we truly understand this, we realize that what we call magic is simply the flow of light between these seemingly separate but ultimately connected sources. A spell is a bridge, a channel through which this light passes, shaped by our intention and will. Harry read until his eyes grew heavy, the words blurring on the page. Eventually he closed the book and made his way up to his dormitory, where Ron's familiar snores provided a comforting backdrop as he changed into his pajamas and climbed into bed. As he drifted towards sleep, Harry's mind was full of colourful flames and shifting lights, of wizards travelling to distant lands, and of the enduring magic that connected them all across time and space. Outside his window, the stars continued their silent vigil, eternal lights in the darkness, much like the ever-burning candle in Dumbledore's office, reminders that no matter how dark the night, there is always light to be found. In the days that followed, Harry found himself noticing things he might have overlooked before, how sunlight created patterns on the castle floors as it streamed through the windows, the way candlelight in the great hall seemed to respond to the mood of the students, the subtle glowing quality that magical objects possessed when viewed with relaxed focus. He practiced some of the simpler exercises from Elwyn's book during quiet moments, visualizing his inner light while falling asleep, observing how different emotions affected this inner radiance, noticing the subtle energetic connections between himself and those around him. One evening, about a week later, as Harry, Ron and Hermione sat together in the common room, Hermione looked up from her arithmancy homework with a curious expression. "Harry, you seem different lately," she said, studying him with her characteristic perceptiveness. "More, I don't know, centered somehow. What exactly has Professor Dumbledore been teaching you?" Harry hesitated, unsure how to explain the subtle practices he'd been exploring. He had mentioned the ever-burning candle to his friends, but not the deeper aspects of light magic that Dumbledore had shared. "It's a kind of magic that works with light," he said finally, "not just for illumination, but as a way of understanding how magic works at a deeper level." Ron looked up from his half-written potions essay. "Like what, making things glow brighter?" Harry smiled. "Not exactly. It's more about awareness of your own magical core, of how magic flows and connects things. It's hard to explain." Hermione's eyes lit up with interest. "I think I've read something about this. There are ancient traditions of magic that work directly with magical energy rather than channeling it through specific spells. They were mostly abandoned when standardized wand work became dominant, but some scholars argue they access more fundamental aspects of magic." "That sounds right," Harry said, relieved at her understanding. "Dumbledore gave me a book of teachings from a wizard named Elwyn Nightglow, who studied these traditions centuries ago." Hermione looked intrigued. "I'd love to see it sometime." "It's fascinating that Professor Dumbledore is teaching you something so unconventional. Though I suppose traditional magical education has its limitations." "Could be useful, couldn't it?" Ron mused, surprising them both. "I mean, if you know who is expecting us to fight with regular spells, and we learn something different." He trailed off with a shrug.
Harry nodded, appreciating his friend's practical perspective. I think that's part of why Dumbledore is teaching me this now. It's not about power exactly, more about seeing things differently, understanding magic from another angle. Later that night, as Harry lay in bed, he reflected on his friend's reactions. Hermione's academic interest and Ron's strategic thinking were so characteristic of them both, yet they had each grasped something important about what he was learning. It wasn't just ancient knowledge for its own sake, but something potentially vital for the challenges ahead. With this thought in mind, Harry closed his eyes and practiced one of Elwyn's nighttime exercises, visualizing his inner light as a warm glow at his center, then gradually allowing that light to expand until it filled his entire being. As he did so, he felt a gentle peace settle over him, carrying him towards sleep with a sense of quiet strength and connection. Outside the castle walls, the nearly full moon cast its silver light across the grounds, bathing the ancient stones in a gentle radiance that seemed to echo the inner light Harry was learning to cultivate, different in quality from sunlight or firelight, yet part of the same eternal dance of illumination and shadow that had inspired wizards like Elwyn throughout the ages. As consciousness faded into dreams, Harry carried with him the image of the ever-burning candle's flame, shifting through its spectrum of colors yet remaining steadfast, a small but perfect symbol of the persistence of light, even in the darkest of times.
The spring rain pattered softly against the windows of Hogwarts, creating a gentle rhythm that echoed through the ancient stone corridors. Most students had retreated to their common rooms, seeking warmth and comfort as the afternoon light faded into a pearly grey twilight. Harry Potter, however, found himself climbing the familiar spiral staircase to Professor Dumbledore's office, responding to a note he had received at breakfast. "If you might spare some time this afternoon, I could use your assistance with a small project. The password is Butterscotch Drops, AAD." Harry wasn't sure what kind of project would require his help specifically, but he had learned that Dumbledore's small projects were rarely as simple as they seemed. Still, after the peaceful evenings spent learning about the ever-burning candle and beginning to practice the light magic Dumbledore had introduced him to, Harry found himself looking forward to these quiet moments with the headmaster. "Butterscotch drops," he said to the gargoyle, which slid aside to reveal the staircase. As he reached the top, he found the office door already open, but Dumbledore was nowhere to be seen. The familiar silver instruments whirred and puffed on their tables, and Fawkes dozed on his perch, one eye cracking open briefly to acknowledge Harry's arrival. The ever-burning candle sat on Dumbledore's desk, its flame a soft amber today, casting a warm glow over the parchments and books scattered across the surface. Harry noticed that the candle seemed brighter than before, its light steadier and more luminous. He remembered what Dumbledore had told him about how the light vessels grew stronger with attention and practice. "Harry, excellent timing," came Dumbledore's voice from a doorway Harry had never noticed before. It was set into the wall behind the headmaster's desk, partially hidden by a bookshelf. Dumbledore stood in the opening, his tall figure silhouetted against a dimmer light beyond. "Please, come join me." Curious, Harry walked around the desk and followed Dumbledore through the doorway, finding himself in a narrow passageway that curved gently to the right. The walls were lined with more bookshelves, these filled with volumes that looked particularly ancient and delicate. Many headmasters and headmistresses have added to the private collection over the centuries, Dumbledore explained, noting Harry's interest in the books. Some are quite rare, others simply hold personal significance. But our destination lies just ahead. The passage opened into a circular room that Harry guessed was located in one of the smaller towers adjoining the headmaster's office. Unlike the office proper, with its organized clutter of magical instruments and portraits, this space had the dusty, forgotten feeling of a place long undisturbed. Tall windows let in the muted light of the rainy day, illuminating shelves and cabinets that lined the walls from floor to ceiling. Tables of various sizes occupied the center of the room, each laden with objects covered in cloths or housed in boxes and cases. There was an air of expectant silence, as if the items were waiting patiently to be rediscovered. "Welcome to what I like to call the repository of forgotten wonders," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling at Harry's obvious curiosity. "Not nearly as grand as the Room of Requirement, but it has its own charms. This tower has served as a storage space for items of particular magical interest that aren't currently in use, but are too valuable or unusual to discard." Harry looked around, taking in the eclectic collection. "And we're going to organize it, sir?" he asked, remembering the note's mention of a project. Dumbledore nodded, moving to one of the tables where a large ledger lay open. "Indeed. I've been meaning to properly catalogue these items for some time. Many were stored by previous headmasters, with only the vaguest of records kept. Recent events have reminded me that knowledge of our magical heritage should not be allowed to fade into obscurity." He gestured to the ever-burning candle, which Harry was surprised to see had followed them into the room, now floating gently in the air near Dumbledore's shoulder. Elwyn Nightglow's creations might have been lost entirely if not for the careful preservation of those who recognized their value. I suspect there may be other remarkable magical items here that deserve similar appreciation. For the next hour or so, Harry and Dumbledore worked companionably, removing dust covers from objects, examining them, and recording their descriptions and any known information in the ledger. Dumbledore seemed to know the history of some items immediately, while others required more careful examination, sometimes involving spells to reveal their properties or origins. They discovered a telescope that showed not stars but the dreams of the sleeping observer, a quill that could only write truths, refusing to form falsehoods even when dipped in ink, and a small music box that played different melodies depending on the mood of the listener. Harry found himself especially intrigued by a set of crystal vials containing what appeared to be frozen moments of time. One held a snowflake in perfect suspension, another a drop of water at the exact moment it had broken the surface of a pond, creating ripples that never moved beyond their captured instant. "Ah, the work of Cronius Tempus," Dumbledore said when Harry asked about them. A wizard fascinated by the nature of time. He believed that by studying moments preserved in perfect detail, he might unlock deeper understandings of how time itself functions. These were part of his early experiments, before he moved on to more complex work with time-turners. As the afternoon wore on, the rain outside intensified, drumming against the tower windows with greater urgency. The ever-burning candle's light grew more important as the natural light dimmed, its warm glow extending to fill the circular room with a cozy radiance. It was while examining a cabinet in the far corner of the room that Harry noticed something unusual. Behind a stack of leather-bound journals, a soft shimmer caught his eye. Not the reflection of the candle's light, but something with a glow of its own. "Professor," he called, carefully moving the journals aside. "There's something here." Dumbledore joined him, the floating candle following to provide better illumination. Together they cleared away the remaining items to reveal a small, oval-shaped object wrapped in a velvet cloth. The shimmer Harry had noticed was coming from beneath the fabric, a gentle silvery light pulsing faintly like a slowing heartbeat. With careful hands, Dumbledore lifted the wrapped object and carried it to the central table, where he gently removed the velvet covering. Harry leaned in, curious to see what had been hidden away. It was a mirror, small enough to hold comfortably in one hand, with an ornate silver frame decorated with intricate patterns of vines and tiny stars. The glass itself had a strange, misty quality, as if it were filled with swirling fog rather than showing a clear reflection. The silvery light they had noticed came from within this mist, though it seemed fainter now, the pulses further apart. "Well, well," Dumbledore said softly, an expression of pleased recognition crossing his face. "I had wondered where this had gone." "What is it, Professor?" Harry asked, fascinated by the unusual mirror. "This, Harry, is the Mirror of Gentle Echoes," Dumbledore said, lifting it carefully to examine it in the candle's light. "A remarkable magical object created by, if I'm not mistaken, our now familiar friend Elwyn Nightglow." Harry looked up in surprise. "The same wizard who made the ever-burning candle." "The very same," Dumbledore confirmed, smiling at Harry's quick connection. "It was created somewhat later in his life, after his travels and studies of light magic. The mirror was designed with a specific and rather beautiful purpose." He set the mirror down carefully on the table between them. Unlike more famous magical mirrors that show desires or truths, the Mirror of Gentle Echoes was created to show people their own inner strengths, and to offer encouragement when needed. Elwyn believed that many wizards and witches failed to recognize their own virtues and capabilities. Harry looked at the mirror with new interest. The mist within seemed to swirl a bit more actively now, as if responding to their attention, or perhaps to Dumbledore's words about its purpose. "When functioning properly," Dumbledore continued, "the mirror would reflect not a person's physical appearance, but a visualization of their inner qualities, their courage, compassion, wisdom, or whatever strengths were most essential to their nature. And as they gazed upon this reflection, the mirror would whisper words of gentle encouragement, helping them to recognize and appreciate these qualities in themselves." "It can speak?" Harry asked, leaning closer to examine the mirror. "In a manner of speaking. Not conversation as we might have with a portrait, but more like echoes of one's better self, reflected back in audible form." Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful as he studied the mirror, but it appears that this particular light vessel has dimmed considerably over the years. The enchantment is still present, but weakened, perhaps from disuse or from being stored improperly away from the light it needs to sustain itself. The ever-burning candle floated closer, as if drawn to the mirror, and Harry noticed that the misty surface seemed to respond to the candle's proximity, swirling more actively and glowing a bit brighter. "Do you recognize each other?" Harry said quietly, watching the interaction. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Indeed they do. Magical objects created by the same hand, especially those working with similar principles, often retain a connection. Light vessels, in particular, seem to resonate with one another." He looked up at Harry with a thoughtful expression. "I believe we may have stumbled upon a perfect opportunity to put your recent studies into practice, Harry. Would you be interested in helping me attempt to restore the Mirror of Gentle Echoes?" "Of course," Harry agreed immediately, intrigued by the mirror and eager to learn more about the practical applications of light magic. "What do we need to do?" "First, let's create a more suitable environment," Dumbledore said, drawing his wand. With a series of graceful movements, he cleared the central table completely and conjured a circular arrangement of 7 small crystal stands. "If you would be so kind as to place the mirror in the center," he instructed. Harry carefully lifted the mirror and set it on the table within the circle of crystal stands. As he did so, he noticed that the misty surface rippled slightly at his touch, though it still didn't show any clear reflection. "Excellent," Dumbledore said. "Now, we'll need sources of light, different qualities of light to be precise. The mirror, like many of Elwyn's creations, is designed to work with a spectrum of illumination. each type resonating with different aspects of being. He turned to the ever-burning candle which still hovered nearby. Our faithful friend here will provide one such source. With a gentle gesture, he guided the candle to one of the crystal stands, where it settled, its flame burning with a golden glow. For the others, Dumbledore reached into his robes and withdrew a small pouch. From it, he produced 6 small crystal vials, each containing what appeared to be different forms of captured light. One held what looked like concentrated moonlight. Another contained a fiery orange radiance that reminded Harry of sunset. A third glowed with the cool blue of early dawn. "I've been collecting these for some time," Dumbledore explained, seeing Harry's curious expression. "Each represents a different quality of light, gathered at particular times and in specific conditions, using methods similar to what I showed you with the Lightstone." He arranged the vials on the remaining crystal stands, creating a circle of varied illumination around the mirror. Each light source was distinct in color and quality, yet they harmonized together, creating a gentle symphony of radiance. "Now comes the part where your recent practice will prove most valuable," Dumbledore said. "The mirror needs an infusion of awareness, of conscious, mindful attention to reawaken its magic. This is not unlike the exercises you've been doing to cultivate your own inner light, but directed externally toward the mirror." Harry nodded, understanding the basic principle from his reading and practice, like creating a channel between my awareness and the mirror. "Precisely," Dumbledore said, looking pleased. "We'll work together, using a variation of the technique I showed you for gathering light. Place your hands on either side of the mirror, not touching it, but creating a space within which it can rest energetically." Harry positioned his hands as instructed, palms facing the mirror, about 6 inches away on each side. Dumbledore stood opposite him, doing the same, so that their hands formed a square around the mirror. "Now, center yourself as you've been practicing," Dumbledore guided quietly. "Find that awareness of your inner light, the sense of your magical core as a radiant presence within you." Harry closed his eyes briefly, focusing inward as he had been learning to do. Over the weeks since Dumbledore had given him Elwyn's book, he had been practicing this centering regularly, finding it increasingly easy to sense that warm, glowing quality at his center, like a miniature sun nestled within his chest. "Good," Dumbledore murmured, as if he could perceive Harry's internal state. "Now, with each breath, imagine that light expanding, flowing down your arms and into the space between your hands, not forcefully, but naturally, like water finding its level." Harry followed the instructions, visualizing his inner light extending through his arms and hands, creating a field of gentle radiance around the mirror. He could feel a subtle tingling in his palms and fingers, a now familiar sensation from his practice with light magic. "The circle of light sources will amplify and support our efforts," Dumbledore explained softly. "They provide a framework, a structure within which our intention can take more tangible form." As they maintained this focus, Harry began to notice changes in the mirror. The mist within it was swirling more actively now, and the silvery pulses of light had become more frequent, more regular, like a strengthening heartbeat. The mirror itself seemed to be humming, a sound just at the edge of hearing, not audible to the ears so much as felt through the hands and in the center of the chest. "The mirror is responding," Dumbledore said, his voice quiet but filled with satisfaction. "Now, let's introduce a specific intention to guide its awakening." The mirror of gentle echoes was created to reflect strength and offer encouragement. As we continue to channel light, let's hold the intention that it fulfill this purpose once more. that it show those who look into it the truth of their inner virtues and speak words that nurture and support. Harry focused on this intention, imagining the mirror filled with this specific quality of supportive awareness. As he did so, he noticed that each of the light sources around the circle seemed to pulse in sequence, creating a flowing current of light that circled the mirror before spiraling inward toward its center. The mist within the mirror was changing now, becoming clearer in some areas while remaining mysterious in others. Patterns formed and dissolved, like clouds reshaping themselves in a gentle breeze. The humming grew slightly louder, resolving into something that almost resembled a melody. A few simple notes repeated in a soothing rhythm. "Well done, Harry," Dumbledore said after several minutes of this focused work. "I believe we've successfully reawakened the mirror's basic enchantment. Let's complete the process by allowing it to fulfill its purpose." He lowered his hands and gestured for Harry to do the same. The mirror is now receptive again, but it needs to engage with someone, to reflect and respond, in order to fully stabilize its magic. "Would you be willing to look into it, Harry?" Harry hesitated, suddenly a bit nervous. "What will I see?" Dumbledore smiled gently. "That is between you and the mirror, but remember its purpose. It shows strength, not weakness, virtues, not flaws. There is nothing to fear from its reflection." Taking a deep breath, Harry nodded and leaned forward to gaze into the mirror's surface. The mist swirled and parted, and instead of seeing his physical reflection, Harry found himself looking at something more abstract, a visualization of qualities rather than features. He saw courage represented as a warm golden light, steady even when surrounded by darkness. He saw loyalty as a network of glowing connections, binding him to those he cared about. He saw resilience as a flexible strength that bent but didn't break under pressure. Most surprisingly, he saw compassion as a soft radiance that extended outward, touching the edges of his other qualities and enhancing them. And as he gazed at these representations of his inner nature, the mirror began to whisper. The words weren't loud, more like gentle suggestions carried on a breeze, but they were clear. "Your courage shines brightest when protecting others. Your loyalty is a gift to those who receive it. Your resilience has carried you through darkness that would have consumed many others. Your compassion gives meaning to your strength." The words weren't flattery or empty praise, but reflections, gentle echoes of truths that, on some level, Harry already knew but perhaps didn't fully acknowledge. They settled into him with a quiet rightness, like puzzle pieces finding their proper places. After a moment, the mist in the mirror swirled again, the image fading though not disappearing entirely. Harry straightened up, feeling oddly lighter, as if some invisible weight had been gently lifted from his shoulders. Dumbledore was watching him with a kind, knowing expression. "The mirror speaks differently to each person," he said softly, "but it always speaks truth, reflecting what is already there, waiting to be recognized." Harry nodded, finding it difficult to put his experience into words. "It was not what I expected," he said finally. "Not like the Mirror of Erised, showing something I want but don't have. More like a reminder of things I do have but sometimes forget. Precisely its purpose," Dumbledore agreed. "Elwyn created it during a period when he was working with young wizards and witches who had survived a difficult time, much like the Plague period when he created the ever-burning candle. He noticed that many of them were plagued by self-doubt, unable to recognize their own strengths and virtues, even as they demonstrated them daily. The mirror was glowing more steadily now, the mist within it clear and luminous, no longer the faded, sluggish fog they had first observed. The humming had settled into a barely perceptible vibration that felt harmonious and content. "It appears our efforts have been successful," Dumbledore said, looking pleased as he observed the revitalized mirror. "The mirror of gentle echoes is fully awakened once more, ready to serve its purpose." He carefully lifted the mirror from the table, the surrounding light sources dimming slightly as it was removed from their circle. "I think this would be a valuable addition to our exploration of light magic, don't you? Perhaps it can reside near the ever-burning candle, the two items complementing each other's purpose." Harry nodded, thinking how the candle's ability to show memories of happiness and the mirror's gift for reflecting inner strengths created a kind of balanced perspective, a way of seeing both what had been and what continuously was. "Why do you think it was hidden away, Professor?" he asked as they began to tidy the room, returning the vials of captured light to their pouch and extinguishing the conjured crystal stands. Dumbledore considered this as the ever-burning candle drifted back to hover near his shoulder, resuming its role as a warm, mobile light source. "I suspect it may have been misunderstood," he said after a moment. "Not all who found themselves reflected in its surface were comfortable with what they saw, even if what it showed were virtues rather than flaws." He ran a finger along the mirror's ornate frame thoughtfully. "Sometimes, Harry, it is more challenging to acknowledge our strengths than our weaknesses. To recognize one's courage, for instance, is to accept the responsibility that comes with it. To acknowledge one's compassion is to understand that one cannot turn away from others' suffering without diminishing oneself." Harry thought about this as they made their way back through the narrow passage to Dumbledore's office proper. It made a certain sense. How often had he felt uncomfortable when people praised him or pointed out his achievements? It was easier, somehow, to focus on mistakes and shortcomings. Back in the main office, Dumbledore placed the mirror of gentle echoes on a small stand near where the ever-burning candle usually rested. The two magical objects seemed to complement each other visually as well as functionally, the candle's warm, changing flame and the mirror's cool, misty surface, creating a pleasing balance. "I believe these two light vessels will work well together," Dumbledore said, observing them with satisfaction. "The candle helps us connect with our past joys and triumphs, while the mirror reflects our present strengths and virtues. Together, they offer a more complete perspective on who we are and what we might become." He turned to Harry with a smile. "Thank you for your assistance today, Harry. Your growing skill with light magic was instrumental in awakening the mirror." "It was interesting to see how it actually works in practice," Harry said. "Most of what I've been doing has been more internal, I guess." Dumbledore nodded. "That's a natural progression. Light magic begins with self-awareness, with understanding and cultivating one's own inner light. But its applications extend outward as well, to interactions with magical objects like these, and eventually to connections with other beings and with magic itself." Outside, the rain had slowed to a gentle patter, and the evening light had deepened to a soft twilight blue. Fawkes stirred on his perch, ruffling his brilliant feathers and trilling a short, sweet note that seemed to harmonize with the subtle hum still emanating from the mirror. "Before you go, Harry," Dumbledore said, "there's something else I'd like to show you, a way of working with both of these light vessels together that may prove particularly valuable in your continuing practice." He gestured for Harry to sit in one of the comfortable chairs facing his desk, then positioned the mirror and candle on the desk between them. The candle's flame burned with a steady amber glow, while the mirror's surface swirled with misty patterns of silver and pale blue. "This is an advanced practice that Elwyn described in his later journals," Dumbledore explained. designed to help integrate past experience with present awareness. The candle and mirror work together to create a more complete reflection of one's magical nature. He instructed Harry to focus first on the candle, allowing himself to settle into that now familiar state of receptive presence. As before, the spell is Memoriae Lucerna, he reminded gently. Harry focused on the flame, centering himself as he had been practicing. Memoriae Lucerna, he whispered, and watched as the flame grew taller, its colors shifting and swirling until images began to form within it. This time, he saw moments from his recent practices with light magic, sitting quietly by the lake at dawn, working with the light stone Dumbledore had given him, reading Elwyn's book by candlelight in the Gryffindor common room. These weren't grand or dramatic memories, but quiet moments of growth and learning, each contributing in some small way to his developing understanding. Now, without losing your connection to these memories, shift your gaze to the mirror, Dumbledore instructed softly. See how it responds to what the candle has revealed. Harry looked from the candle to the mirror, maintaining his centered awareness. The mist within the mirror shifted, forming new patterns that seemed to resonate with the memories shown in the candle's flame. He saw how each small moment of practice had strengthened something within him, how persistence had built upon itself, how curiosity had led to discovery, how openness had allowed for new understanding. The mirror began to whisper again, its quiet voice complementing the images in the flame. Your dedication creates a foundation for deeper magic. Your willingness to explore opens doors that remain closed to many. Your patience with subtle energies reveals what haste would miss. The combined effect was powerful, not overwhelming, but deeply affirming. Harry felt a sense of continuity between what he had done and who he was becoming, a recognition that the quiet daily practice was not separate from his identity, but an expression and expansion of it. After several minutes, the images in the flame and the patterns in the mirror gradually faded, returning to their normal states. Harry sat back, feeling both relaxed and somehow more complete, as if pieces of himself that had been slightly disconnected were now more fully integrated. That was remarkable, he said quietly. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes kind. The integration of past and present, of action and essence, is a powerful form of magical understanding. It helps us see that we are not merely what we do, nor are we separate from our actions. Rather, there is a continuous flow between being and doing, each informing and transforming the other. Outside, the last light of day had faded completely, and stars were beginning to appear as the rain clouds dispersed. The office was now illuminated primarily by the gentle light of lamps and candles, creating a warm, intimate atmosphere. "I believe that's enough for today," Dumbledore said, noting the late hour. "You should get some rest and perhaps take some time to reflect on what you've experienced." As Harry stood to leave, Dumbledore added, "Feel free to visit the mirror and candle when you wish, Harry. They're here not just for study but for support, particularly in times when you might need to be reminded of your strengths or reconnect with moments of joy." Harry nodded gratefully, appreciating this invitation. As he made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, he found himself thinking about the Mirror of Gentle Echoes and its purpose. How different it was from the Mirror of Erised, which showed desperate desires, or even from ordinary mirrors that showed only surface appearances. To have an object designed specifically to remind people of their inner strengths seemed both simple and profoundly important. The corridors were quiet at this hour, most students already in their common rooms or preparing for bed. Harry's footsteps echoed softly on the stone floors, accompanied by the occasional whisper of a passing ghost. or the distant hooting of owls beginning their nightly hunt. When he reached the portrait of the fat lady and gave the password, he found the Gryffindor common room still fairly active, with students working on assignments or engaged in games and conversation. Ron and Hermione were sitting by the fire, apparently waiting for him. They looked up as he entered, curious expressions on their faces. "There you are," Ron said. "We were wondering what Dumbledore wanted. You've been gone for hours." Harry settled into an armchair beside them, feeling a pleasant tiredness after the afternoon's magical work. "I was helping him organize some old magical objects," he explained. "We found something interesting. Another magical item created by the same wizard who made that ever-burning candle I told you about." Hermione leaned forward, her academic curiosity piqued. "What kind of object?" "A mirror," Harry said, "but not an ordinary one. It shows people their inner strengths and whispers encouragement. Dumbledore called it the Mirror of Gentle Echoes." "Sounds a bit sappy," Ron said with a slight grimace, though Harry noticed he also looked intrigued. Hermione gave Ron an exasperated look. "I think it sounds fascinating. Magical mirrors have a long tradition in wizarding history. They're some of the most complex enchanted objects because they deal with perception and reflection, which are magical concepts in themselves." Harry nodded, unsurprised by Hermione's immediate connection to the theoretical aspects. "It had lost a lot of its magic from being stored away for so long. We had to revive it using light magic, the practices I've been learning." "And did you look in it?" Ron asked, more interested now. "What did you see?" Harry hesitated, finding it difficult to put the experience into words, especially the more personal aspects of what the mirror had reflected and whispered. "It's hard to explain," he said finally. "It doesn't show your face, more like representations of your qualities, and it tells you things about yourself. Not fake compliments, but reminders of what's already true." "That sounds quite powerful," Hermione said thoughtfully. "I've read that genuine self-acknowledge is considered one of the foundations of advanced magic in many traditions. There's a whole branch of magical theory that suggests our spells are limited or enhanced by our understanding of ourselves as magical beings." Ron looked between them, shaking his head with a smile. "You two and your magical theory. But I have to admit, a mirror that sees the good in you instead of just how your hair looks sounds pretty decent." As their conversation shifted to other topics, homework assignments, the upcoming Quidditch match between Ravenclaw and Hufflepuff, speculation about what Hagrid was teaching next in Care of Magical Creatures, Harry found himself feeling grateful for these moments of ordinary friendship. They were a different kind of mirror, he realized, reflecting aspects of himself through connection and shared experience. Later, as he prepared for bed, Harry thought about the day's discoveries and experiences. The Mirror of Gentle Echoes seemed both simpler and more profound than many magical objects he had encountered. Not as flashy as a firebolt, or as dramatic as the Marauder's map, but perhaps more fundamentally useful in navigating the complexities of being human and magical. He recalled what Dumbledore had said about the integration of past and present, of action and essence. There was something deeply reassuring about seeing the continuity between what he had experienced, what he had done, and who he was becoming. So much of life at Hogwarts, and beyond, involved responding to events outside his control, reacting to circumstances thrust upon him. Working with the light vessels offered a different perspective, a reminder that regardless of external events, there was an inner reality that remained accessible and nurturing. As he drifted towards sleep, Harry carried with him the gentle echoes of the mirror's whispers and the warm memories revealed by the candle's flame. Outside his window, the night sky had cleared after the rain, revealing stars that shone with their ancient, distant light. a reminder that illumination comes in many forms, from many sources, each with its own quality and gift. In the days that followed, Harry found himself returning to Dumbledore's office during free periods or evening hours, sometimes to practice with the light vessels under the headmaster's guidance, other times simply to sit quietly in their presence, absorbing their gentle influence. The ever-burning candle and the mirror of gentle echoes had begun to feel like companions in his educational journey. Not just objects to be studied, but presences that offered their own form of teaching. He found that working with them regularly enhanced his overall magical practice, bringing a greater sense of focus and integration to his spellwork in classes. Professor Flitwick had commented on the improvement in Harry's charms work, noting that his spells seemed to flow more naturally, with less effort and greater precision. Even in potions where Snape was as critical as ever, Harry found himself less reactive to the professor's cutting remarks, more able to maintain his concentration on the task at hand. During one evening visit to Dumbledore's office, when the headmaster was away on ministry business, Harry sat alone with the light vessels, practicing the integrated awareness Dumbledore had shown him. As he gazed first at the candle and then at the mirror, he noticed something new, a subtle resonance between them that created a third quality of light, visible not to the physical eyes but to that inner perception he had been developing. This new light seemed to exist in the space between the candle and mirror, a harmonious blending of their distinct qualities. It reminded Harry of music, how individual notes, each beautiful in themselves, could combine to create chords that expressed something greater than the sum of their parts. He mentioned this observation to Dumbledore during their next meeting, trying to find words for what had been primarily a non-verbal experience. "Excellent, Harry," Dumbledore said, clearly pleased. "You're perceiving what Elwyn called the harmonic resonance between light vessels. It's a more advanced aspect of light magic that emerges naturally as one's awareness develops. These harmonics can reveal qualities and possibilities that might not be apparent when working with each vessel individually." He went on to explain how experienced practitioners of light magic often worked with multiple vessels simultaneously, creating complex harmonies that could serve various magical purposes, from healing to protection, from revelation to transformation. "In many ways," Dumbledore said, stroking his beard thoughtfully, "it's not unlike music. A single instrument can create beautiful melodies, but an orchestra offers possibilities of harmony and counterpoint that transcend what any one instrument could achieve alone." This comparison resonated with Harry, who found himself thinking of the light vessels as instruments in an orchestra of awareness, each contributing its unique voice to a larger symphony of magical understanding. As spring deepened towards summer, these practices became an anchor point in Harry's life at Hogwarts, a quiet center of growth and learning amid the more dramatic events and challenges that seemed to find him regardless of his intentions. The whispers of the Mirror of Gentle Echoes became familiar friends, gentle reminders that he carried within himself the qualities needed to meet whatever lay ahead. The memories revealed by the ever-burning candle provided perspective and continuity, connecting present challenges to past triumphs and moments of joy. One evening in late May, as Harry sat with the light vessels in Dumbledore's office, the headmaster asked a question that made him pause and reflect. "How would you describe the essence of what you've been learning these past months, Harry? Not the techniques or practices themselves, but the underlying principle that unites them." Harry considered this, trying to distill his experiences into words. The candle flame danced softly, and the mirror's surface swirled with gentle mists as he thought. "It's about connection, I think," he said finally. "Seeing that what seems separate is actually related, past and present, inner and outer, self and other. And it's about light as more than just something that helps us see physical objects. It's a way of understanding magic itself, and ourselves as magical beings. Dumbledore nodded, a smile crinkling the corners of his eyes. Very well put. At its heart, light magic is indeed about connection and illumination in the broadest sense. It reminds us that while darkness may seem to separate and isolate, light reveals the relationships and continuities that were always present, merely hidden from view. He gestured to the candle and mirror, which seemed to brighten slightly in response to his attention. These vessels, and the practices associated with them, offer a path toward that understanding, a way of working with magic that complements the more conventional skills taught in your classes. The sun was setting outside the tower windows, painting the sky in shades of gold and rose. Its light streamed into the office, creating a natural harmony with the magical illumination of the candle and mirror. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, adding his own musical contribution to the peaceful atmosphere. As we approach the end of the school year, Dumbledore said, I encourage you to continue these practices over the summer, in whatever small ways you can. Light magic has the advantage of requiring no wand, triggering no restrictions on underage wizardry. It is, in essence, a way of cultivating awareness rather than performing external actions. Harry nodded, appreciating this practical consideration. The summer months at Privet Drive were always challenging for maintaining his connection to the wizarding world, with the Dursleys' suspicion of anything magical and the Ministry's restrictions on underage magic use. I've been thinking, Dumbledore continued, reaching into a drawer of his desk, that you might benefit from having a light vessel of your own to work with during those months. He withdrew a small object wrapped in a soft cloth and handed it to Harry. Unwrapping it carefully, Harry discovered a miniature version of the Mirror of Gentle Echoes, no larger than his palm, with a simpler but still elegant silver frame. This is a companion piece to the larger mirror, Dumbledore explained, created by Elwyn for travelers or those who might need its encouragement when away from home. It's not as powerful as the original, but it carries the same essential enchantment. Harry held the small mirror carefully, noticing that its misty surface already seemed to recognize him, swirling in patterns similar to those he had seen in the larger mirror. Thank you, Professor, he said, genuinely moved by the gift. I think this will be really helpful. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes kind. Remember, Harry, that these objects are aids to awareness, not substitutes for it. The true magic resides within you. These vessels merely help you recognize and cultivate what is already present. As the final weeks of term passed, Harry found moments to share what he had been learning with Ron and Hermione. While Ron remained somewhat skeptical of practices that didn't produce immediate visible results, Hermione was fascinated by the theoretical aspects and began her own explorations of light magic through books she found in the library. It's mentioned in some of the oldest magical texts, she told Harry excitedly one evening as they sat by the lake, watching the sunset paint the water in shades of gold and crimson. Not always by that name, but the principles are consistent, working with awareness and illumination as fundamental aspects of magic. Harry nodded, unsurprised by her research. Dumbledore says it's one of the oldest forms of magic, from before wands and standardized spells. That makes sense, Hermione said thoughtfully. If you think about it, the most basic magical experiences are often about light, accidental magic creating sparks or glowing objects, sensing magical presences as kinds of illumination. It's like light is the raw material of magic, and everything else is just different ways of shaping it. Ron, who was skipping stones across the lake's surface, paused to look back at them. "You two and your magical theory," he said with a shake of his head, though his tone was affectionate. "Just don't forget to teach me if you figure out how to use it to win at chess." On the last evening of term, after the end-of-year feast, but before they would board the Hogwarts Express the following morning, Harry made one final visit to Dumbledore's office. The headmaster welcomed him with his usual warmth, and they spent a quiet hour working with the light vessels, reviewing the practices Harry had learned, and discussing how he might continue his development over the summer months. "The most important thing," Dumbledore said as their time drew to a close, "is to maintain the daily connection with your inner light. Even a few minutes of quiet awareness each day will keep that relationship alive and growing." He looked at Harry with a gentle seriousness. "The times ahead may bring challenges, Harry. Light magic won't replace the need for conventional defenses and skills, but it can provide a foundation, a center that remains steady even when external circumstances are in flux." Harry nodded, understanding the unspoken reference to Voldemort's return and the growing tensions in the wizarding world. "I'll keep practicing," he promised. "I know you will," Dumbledore said with a smile, "and when you return in September, we'll continue our explorations. There are aspects of light magic we've yet to discuss that may prove particularly relevant to your unique circumstances." As Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower for his last night of the term, he carried with him the small travel mirror safely tucked in his pocket and the accumulated experiences of months of practice held in his awareness. The corridors of Hogwarts were quiet at this hour, most students already in their dormitories preparing for tomorrow's departure. He paused at a window overlooking the grounds, taking in the peaceful scene. The lake reflecting the starlight, the forbidden forest a dark mass against the horizon, the twinkling lights of Hagrid's hut. It was a view he had seen countless times, yet tonight it seemed to hold a special significance, as if he were seeing not just with his eyes, but with that deeper perception he had been cultivating. The world seemed more connected, more alive with magical possibilities than he had previously recognized. Each point of light, from distant stars to nearby windows, was part of a vast, intricate network of illumination, a reminder that even in darkness, light persisted in countless forms. Back in the dormitory, as he finished packing his trunk for tomorrow's journey, Harry placed the small mirror carefully between layers of clothing, where it would be safe during transit. The miniature light vessel seemed to hum softly in response to his touch, a gentle reminder of what he had learned and what awaited further discovery. As he drifted towards sleep, his mind was filled with images of shifting flames and swirling mists, of light vessels and the subtle harmonies between them. Outside his window, the stars continued their silent vigil, their ancient light a companion through the quiet hours of the night, a reminder that illumination comes in many forms, from many sources, each with its own quality and gift. And in that peaceful space between waking and dreaming, Harry carried with him the whispers of the Mirror of Gentle Echoes and the warm memories revealed by the ever-burning candle, gentle reminders that regardless of what challenges lay ahead, he had within him the light needed to meet them, a light that could be cultivated and shared, but never truly diminished or extinguished. The summer stretched before him, a pause between chapters, a time for integration and reflection. Beyond it lay uncertainties and challenges, but also continued growth and discovery. The practices of light magic would remain with him, a quiet resource in whatever was to come, illuminating his path one step at a time. Later that summer, as Harry sat on his bed at 4 Privet Drive, the window cracked open to admit the cool evening breeze, he held the small mirror of gentle echoes in his palm. The days at the Dursleys had been predictably unpleasant, filled with chores, Dudley's taunts, and the heavy silence that fell whenever the topic of magic was even indirectly approached. Yet in the quiet moments, early mornings before the household stirred, or evenings like this when everyone else was absorbed in television programs, Harry had continued his practice of light magic. Each day he spent at least a few minutes in quiet awareness, cultivating that inner radiance that Dumbledore had helped him discover. The small mirror had proven to be a valuable companion during these solitary practices. Unlike the larger version in Dumbledore's office, it didn't speak audibly, but communicated through impressions and feelings, gentle resonances that reminded Harry of his strengths and virtues when doubts crept in. Tonight, as he gazed into its misty surface, he felt the now familiar sensation of being seen, not physically, but essentially, recognized for qualities that remained constant regardless of circumstances. The mirror's subtle magic created a space of acceptance and encouragement, a reminder that even here, far from Hogwarts and his friends, he remained connected to a larger reality. Outside his window, the first stars were appearing in the darkening sky. Harry found himself thinking of Elwyn Nightglow and his travels across the world, studying different traditions of light magic. He wondered what it would be like to journey with such a purpose, to seek understanding not just from books, but from direct experience of diverse magical cultures. Perhaps someday, when Voldemort was defeated and the wizarding world was at peace, he might undertake such explorations himself. The thought offered a pleasant vision of a future beyond current struggles, a reminder that life contained possibilities yet unimagined. As darkness deepened outside, Harry carefully wrapped the mirror in its soft cloth and placed it in the loose floorboard hiding place under his bed, alongside his most treasured magical possessions. Then, settling back against his pillow, he practiced another of the exercises from Elwyn's book, visualizing his inner light as a gentle radiance that expanded with each breath, filling his awareness with warmth and clarity. In this peaceful state, somewhere between meditation and ordinary consciousness, Harry often found insights or connections emerging spontaneously, quiet realizations that bubbled up from deeper levels of awareness. Tonight, he found himself reflecting on how the magical objects created by Elwyn, the ever-burning candle and the mirror of gentle echoes, seemed to embody aspects of what it meant to be fully human. The candle, with its ability to reveal and preserve memories of joy and connection, spoke to the importance of honoring our past experiences, the moments that had shaped and nourished us. The mirror, with its reflection of inner strength and virtues, reminded us of the qualities we carried in the present, the resources available to us regardless of external circumstances. Together, they offered a kind of balanced perspective, neither dwelling solely in the past nor fixated exclusively on the present, but weaving both into a continuous, meaningful narrative of becoming. It was a perspective Harry found both comforting and empowering as he navigated the complexities of his own unfolding story. As sleep began to call to him, Harry carried these reflections gently in his awareness, allowing them to settle into his dreams like seeds finding fertile soil. Outside his window, the stars continued their ancient vigil, silent witnesses to countless human stories unfolding beneath their steady light. And somewhere in that vast, star-scattered darkness, other lights burned as well. The ever-burning candle in Dumbledore's office, the larger mirror of gentle echoes beside it, and countless other magical illuminations, known and unknown, each contributing its unique quality to the intricate tapestry of light and shadow that was the wizarding world. In this web of interconnected radiance, Harry found a sense of belonging that transcended physical distance or temporary separation. It was a reminder that even in the darkest times, there was always light to be found, if only we knew how to look for it. Not just around us, but within, where the most essential magic had its source and center. With this comforting thought, Harry drifted towards sleep, the practices of light magic having created a space of peace and possibility that even the confines of Privet Drive could not diminish or contain. Tomorrow would bring its own challenges and opportunities, but for now, this moment of quiet connection with inner and outer light was more than enough, a gentle reprieve in the ongoing journey, a reminder of resources that remained accessible regardless of circumstances. As consciousness faded into dreams, the last thing Harry was aware of was a sense of gratitude for Dumbledore's guidance, for Elwyn's legacy, and for the discovery of a form of magic that offered not just external power, but internal understanding. It was a gift he would continue to explore and develop, knowing that each small practice was a step on a path that led toward greater wholeness and integration, regardless of what other paths fate might require him to. Winter had settled over Hogwarts like a soft blanket, transforming the castle and grounds into a scene from an enchanted painting. Snow fell in gentle, lazy spirals outside the windows, each flake catching the golden light that spilled from the castle before disappearing into the velvet darkness beyond. Inside, fires burned merrily in every common room, and students gathered in cozy clusters, sharing stories and warm drinks as the evening deepened. Harry Potter sat on the windowsill in the Gryffindor common room, watching the snow gather on the ledge outside. The past few months had been filled with new discoveries. The ever-burning candle in Dumbledore's office that showed memories of joy, the mirror of gentle echoes that reflected inner strengths, and the light magic he had been learning to practice. These quiet explorations had become a peaceful counterpoint to the more challenging aspects of life at Hogwarts. A soft hoot drew his attention as a small school owl fluttered down to land beside him, a note tied to its leg. The owl waited patiently as Harry untied the message, then immediately took wing again, disappearing back into the snowy night. Harry unfolded the note, recognizing Dumbledore's elegant handwriting. Harry, if you find yourself at leisure this evening, I would welcome your company in my office. The password is Peppermint Snowflake. Curious about what Dumbledore might want to share with him on this snowy winter night, Harry made his way through the castle corridors. They were quieter than usual, many students having already departed for the Christmas holidays that would begin in just a few days. His footsteps echoed softly on the stone floors, accompanied by the gentle crackle of torches and the occasional whisper of snow against the windows. When he reached the gargoyle guarding the entrance to Dumbledore's office, Harry spoke the password. Peppermint Snowflake, he said, and the gargoyle slid aside, revealing the spiral staircase. As he ascended, he noticed a warm, golden light emanating from the partially open door at the top. Not the usual silvery light of Dumbledore's many instruments, but something richer and more vibrant. Harry knocked softly on the door. "Come in, Harry," called Dumbledore's voice, gentle and welcoming. The office that greeted Harry was transformed from its usual state of organized scholarly clutter. The silver instruments were still present, whirring and puffing on their small tables, but they were now accompanied by dozens of floating candles that cast a warm golden glow throughout the room. The portraits of former headmasters and headmistresses dozed peacefully in their frames, occasionally stirring to murmur something indistinct before settling back into slumber. A fire burned cheerfully in the grate, and beside it, Fawkes the Phoenix sat on his perch, his magnificent plumage gleaming like living flame. The ever-burning candle and the mirror of gentle echoes rested on a small table near the fireplace, their gentle magic a familiar presence that Harry had come to associate with his visits to Dumbledore's office. Dumbledore himself stood by one of the tall windows watching the snow fall. He turned as Harry entered, smiling warmly. "Ah, Harry, thank you for coming. I thought perhaps you might enjoy a respite from the pre-holiday excitement." He gestured to a comfortable armchair near the fire. "Please, make yourself at home." Harry settled into the chair, feeling the day's tensions begin to ease in the peaceful atmosphere. Dumbledore took the seat opposite him, a silver tea service floating gently down to rest on the small table between them. "Hot chocolate on a snowy evening," Dumbledore offered, and at Harry's nod he waved his wand. The teapot transformed into a chocolate pot, which tipped itself to fill 2 mugs with steaming, rich cocoa. The scent of chocolate and subtle spices filled the air, mingling with the wood smoke from the fire. They sipped their drinks in comfortable silence for a few moments, watching the snow swirl past the windows and listening to the occasional soft trill from Fawkes. The phoenix seemed particularly alert tonight, his bright eyes reflecting the candlelight as he preened his feathers with careful attention. "I've been thinking, Harry," Dumbledore said finally, "about the nature of journeys, both the physical kind that take us from one place to another and the inner journeys of growth and understanding. Our explorations of light magic have been a journey of sorts, haven't they?" Harry nodded, thinking of how much his understanding had expanded since that first evening with the ever-burning candle. "It feels that way, sir. Like each practice builds on the last, showing me something new." Dumbledore smiled, pleased with this response. "Precisely. And like all meaningful journeys, this one has its own rhythm, its moments of discovery, and its periods of quiet integration." As he spoke, Fawkes shifted on his perch, stretching his magnificent wings to their full span. The movement caught both their attentions, and they watched as the phoenix began a slow, deliberate preening of his wing feathers. The process had a ritual quality to it, as if Fawkes were performing some ancient ceremony known only to his kind. "Beautiful, isn't he?" Dumbledore said softly. "Phoenixes are among the most magical of creatures, not only for their extraordinary abilities, healing tears, the capacity to carry immensely heavy loads, rebirth from their own ashes, but for the quality of their presence. There is a light in them that persists through all transformation." Harry watched as Fawkes continued his meticulous grooming. The firelight played across the phoenix's plumage, bringing out subtle variations in the reds and golds that Harry had never noticed before. It was like watching flame given form and consciousness, vibrant yet contained. With a final, elegant movement, Fawkes plucked a single feather from his wing. It fell slowly, drifting on invisible currents of air, glowing with its own inner light. Before it could reach the floor, Dumbledore raised his hand, and the feather floated gently toward him, coming to rest in his palm. "Ah," he said with quiet satisfaction, "I wondered if this might happen tonight." The feather in Dumbledore's hand was unlike any Harry had seen before. Though clearly from Fawkes, it seemed to contain more than just the phoenix's fire. There was something else within it. A shimmer that shifted and changed as if the feather contained tiny galaxies or microscopic oceans. Worlds. "Phoenix feathers are not shared often," Dumbledore explained, "and when they are, it is rarely without purpose. This one, I believe, has a particularly interesting story." He held the feather out to Harry. "Would you like to hear it?" Harry nodded, accepting the feather carefully. It was surprisingly light in his hand, yet he could feel a subtle warmth emanating from it, as if it retained the phoenix's living heat. Up close, the shimmer within it was even more pronounced. Colors and patterns that seemed to move and change with his every breath. "This is not the first time Fawkes has shed this particular feather," Dumbledore began, settling back in his chair. Phoenix magic is complex and sometimes mysterious, even to those of us who have studied it for many years. A phoenix may shed a feather, and that feather may travel far and wide, gathering experiences and influences before eventually returning to its source when the cycle is complete. Dumbledore took a sip of his hot chocolate, his eyes distant, as if seeing far beyond the snowy night outside the windows. This feather's journey began nearly 7 years ago, on a winter night not unlike this one. Fawkes shed it just as the first light of dawn was breaking over the horizon, a time that has special significance in Phoenix lore, representing the transition from darkness to light, from ending to beginning. Harry looked down at the feather in his palm, trying to imagine it, newly fallen, its journey not yet begun. "I found it on the floor of this very office," Dumbledore continued, "glowing with that same inner light you see now. But before I could decide what purpose it might serve, a most interesting thing happened. The feather simply disappeared." "Disappeared?" Harry echoed, surprised. Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling. "Vanished completely. One moment it was there, the next, gone, as if it had never been. I would have been concerned had I not sensed that this was not a case of theft or misfortune, but rather the beginning of the feather's intended path." Outside, the snow had thickened, creating a soft white curtain that obscured the distant mountains. The castle was wrapped in silent stillness, as if the world beyond the office had temporarily ceased to exist, leaving them suspended in a moment out of time. "The first I heard of the feather after that," Dumbledore said, "was through a letter from an old friend, Adalbert Waffling. You may recognize the name from your textbooks." Harry nodded, recalling the name from his reading. "The magical theoretician." "Indeed," Dumbledore said with an approving nod. "Adalbert wrote to me from his home in the Scottish Highlands, describing how he had been wandering in the mountains during a snowstorm, hopelessly lost, when a phoenix feather appeared before him, glowing with golden light. The feather led him to safety, guiding him to a small wizarding inn where he was able to take shelter from the storm." The image formed clearly in Harry's mind, the elderly wizard following the gently glowing feather through swirling snow, trust and wonder on his face. Leading him to safety, the feather vanished once more, Dumbledore continued. "Adalbert wrote to me because he knew of my connection to Fawkes, and wondered if I might shed light on his experience. I could only tell him what I suspected, that the feather was on a journey of its own, appearing where it was needed most." Dumbledore rose from his chair and walked to one of the tall bookshelves that lined the office. He selected a large, leather-bound volume and returned to his seat, opening it carefully to reveal pages filled with handwritten entries and the occasional sketch or diagram. "Over the years I began to collect accounts of the feather's appearances," he explained, turning the pages slowly to show Harry. "Not because I was attempting to track it or reclaim it, but out of curiosity about the path it was taking and the purpose it was serving." Harry looked at the journal with interest, seeing dates and locations marked alongside descriptions of encounters with the phoenix feather. Some entries included small sketches, the feather floating above water, the feather resting on an open book, the feather clutched in a child's hand. It appeared to a young witch in France who had lost her way in an enchanted forest, Dumbledore said, pointing to one entry. The feather led her not only out of the forest, but to the discovery of a rare magical herb that later proved to be the key ingredient in a potion that saved her mother's life. He turned to another page. Here, it manifested for an elderly wizard in Prague who had fallen ill and was unable to summon help. The feather's light was seen through his window by a passing Muggle child, who, thinking it was a strange kind of candle, alerted her parents. They investigated and found the wizard in time to send for magical medical assistance. The stories continued, spanning countries and continents, the feather appearing in moments of need, offering guidance, comfort, or sometimes simply beauty to those who encountered it, before vanishing once more to continue its journey. There seemed to be a pattern to its appearances, Dumbledore observed, closing the journal gently. It came to those who needed light in some form, whether physical illumination, spiritual guidance, or emotional comfort, and in each case, it stayed only as long as needed before continuing on its way. The feather in Harry's hand seemed to pulse slightly, as if responding to its own story being told. The shimmer within it shifted, colors flowing like liquid light beneath the surface. What was most remarkable to me, Dumbledore continued, was how the feather seemed to gather something from each encounter. With each appearance, it absorbed a quality of the light it had brought, the relief of the lost traveler finding his way, the joy of the young witch discovering the herb that would save her mother, the gratitude of the elderly wizard whose life was preserved. He gestured to the feather. What you hold now, Harry, is not merely a phoenix feather, but a vessel containing many moments of light, a collection of small magics built through connection and compassion. Harry looked at the feather with new appreciation, sensing the depth of what it contained. It reminded him of the ever-burning candle and the mirror of gentle echoes. Another form of light vessel, but one that had created itself through journey and experience rather than deliberate enchantment. And now it has returned to Fawkes, he said, understanding dawning. Dumbledore nodded. The cycle is complete. The feather has gathered what it was meant to gather and has returned to its source, bringing back all that it has accumulated along the way. Fawkes trilled softly from his perch, the sound like liquid gold in the quiet room. The phoenix's eyes, bright and knowing, fixed on the feather in Harry's hand. I believe, Dumbledore said, that the feather has one more journey to make before its cycle is truly complete, and that journey, Harry, involves you. Harry looked up, surprised. Me, Professor? Indeed. Dumbledore's expression was gentle but serious. The feather has returned tonight for a reason, and I suspect that reason is connected to you and the light magic you've been learning. He leaned forward slightly, his blue eyes intent. I have a simple task to suggest if you are willing. Between now and dawn, find someone who needs the feather's quiet magic, someone who might benefit from the light it contains. Trust your intuition to guide you to the right person. Harry considered this, turning the feather carefully in his palm. The request was unusual, but after all, he had learned about light magic in recent months, not entirely surprising. There was an inherent logic to it. If the feather contained gathered light from its journey, then it made sense that it should be shared with someone who needed that light. I'll do it, he said with quiet determination. How will I know who needs it? Dumbledore smiled. The light vessels have their own way of communicating with those who work with them. You've experienced this with the candle and the mirror. Trust that the feather will guide you, just as it has guided others. Outside, the snow continued to fall, the world beyond the windows a soft haze of white. Inside, the fire crackled gently, and Fawkes settled more comfortably on his perch, tucking his head beneath his wing as if preparing for sleep. There is no rush, Dumbledore assured him. The night is young, and these matters unfold in their own time. Perhaps you'd like to sit with the feather for a while, become acquainted with its particular quality of light before you begin your search. Harry nodded, settling back in his chair. He held the feather gently, focusing on it as he had learned to focus on the ever-burning candle and the mirror of gentle echoes. Gradually, he became aware of a subtle resonance between the feather and something within himself. A quiet harmony, like a note held softly but steadily. As he sat, allowing this awareness to deepen, Dumbledore moved quietly around the office, adjusting the floating candles, adding another log to the fire, and finally settling at his desk with a large, ancient-looking book. The only sounds were the occasional turn of a page, the soft crackle of the fire, and the gentle tap of snowflakes against the window panes. Time passed in peaceful silence. Harry found himself drifting into a state similar to what he experienced during his light magic practices. Alert yet relaxed, present yet expansive. The feather's warmth seemed to spread up his arm and throughout his body, creating a sense of gentle well-being. Images began to form in his mind, not sharp or insistent, but soft and flowing, like watching reflections in water. He saw glimpses of the feather's journey, moonlight on snow, a forest path, a small room with a single window, hands of different ages and types reaching out. These were not complete memories or distinct visions, but impressions, echoes of the feather's experiences. Eventually, Harry felt a subtle shift, a sense of readiness that came not from him, but from the feather itself. He opened his eyes to find Dumbledore watching him with a gentle smile. "I think it's time," Harry said simply. Dumbledore nodded. "Trust your intuition, Harry. The feather knows where it needs to go, and so do you." Harry carefully tucked the feather into the inner pocket of his robes, where he could feel its warmth against his chest. He stood, feeling oddly light, as if some of the feather's buoyancy had transferred to him. "Thank you, Professor," he said, "for sharing this with me." "Thank you for being willing to continue the journey," Dumbledore replied. "I look forward to hearing where it leads." The castle corridors were silent and dimly lit as Harry made his way from Dumbledore's office. The feather's warmth against his chest was like a compass, providing not direction exactly, but a sense of rightness that guided his steps. He found himself walking without conscious decision, turning down passages and climbing staircases based on subtle promptings that seemed to come from the feather itself. As he walked, Harry recalled the stories Dumbledore had shared. The lost traveller in the snowstorm, the young witch in the enchanted forest, the elderly wizard alone in his home. Each had needed the feather's light in different ways. Each had been found at just the right moment. Who at Hogwarts might need such light tonight? His path took him higher in the castle, up staircases he rarely used, until he found himself in a corridor on the 7th floor that he recognized as being near the entrance to the astronomy tower. The corridor was dimly lit by a few widely spaced torches, their flames casting long shadows on the stone walls. At first, Harry thought the corridor was empty, but then he noticed a small figure huddled on a window seat, gazing out at the snowy night. As he approached, he recognized Luna Lovegood, her pale hair gleaming in the faint torchlight. She turned as he neared, her large eyes reflecting the light like a cat. "Hello, Harry Potter," she said in her dreamy voice. "Are you also watching for the snow sprites? They only appear on the 7th snowfall of winter, you know." Harry smiled, used to Luna's unique perspective on the world. "I didn't know that. Have you seen any yet?" Luna shook her head. "Not yet, but they're very shy. You have to be very still and very patient." She shifted slightly, making room on the window seat. "You can join me if you like." Harry sat beside her, looking out at the snow-covered grounds of Hogwarts. From this height they could see the forbidden forest, the trees heavy with snow, and the frozen surface of the Black Lake reflecting the night sky. "It's beautiful, isn't it?" Luna said softly. even without snow sprites. Harry nodded, struck by the peaceful scene below them. They sat in companionable silence for a while, watching the snow fall. The feather pulsed gently against Harry's chest, its warmth intensifying slightly. "Why are you really up here, Luna?" Harry asked eventually. "It's quite late." Luna continued to gaze out the window, her expression thoughtful. "Sometimes I find it difficult to sleep in the dormitory. The other girls, they don't mean to be unkind, exactly, but they don't understand me. Up here, with just the sky and the snow, I feel less alone." The sadness in her voice was subtle but unmistakable. Harry had known that Luna was often isolated from her peers, but he hadn't fully appreciated how that isolation might feel to her. "I'm sorry," he said simply. Luna turned to him with a small smile. "Oh, it's all right. I'm used to it. And I have friends now, which is lovely. You and Ginny and Neville. It's just that sometimes, especially at night, I remember my mother, and then I feel a different kind of alone." Harry understood immediately. The loss of Luna's mother was something he could relate to deeply, though he had never known his parents as she had known hers. The feather grew warmer against his chest, and Harry knew with sudden certainty why he had been guided here. Luna, with her quiet sadness and her lonely vigil in the night, needed the light the feather contained. Not just any light, but the specific quality of connection and comfort it had gathered on its journey. "Luna," he said, "I have something I'd like to share with you, a kind of magic I've been learning about." He reached into his robe and carefully withdrew the phoenix feather. In the darkness of the corridor, its inner light was more visible than ever, casting a soft golden glow that illuminated their faces. Luna's eyes widened with wonder. "Oh," she breathed. "It's beautiful." "It's a phoenix feather," Harry explained. "From Fawkes, Dumbledore's phoenix. But it's special. It's been on a journey, helping people who needed light and gathering something from each encounter." He held the feather out to her. "I think it would like to share some of that light with you." Luna looked at him with surprise, then back at the feather. Hesitantly, she reached out and took it, holding it with the gentle care one might show a small, precious creature. As her fingers closed around the feather, its light intensified, bathing them both in a warm golden glow. The shimmer within it began to move more actively, colors flowing and changing in response to Luna's touch. "I can feel it," she whispered, her eyes wide with wonder. "It's like warm sunshine and my mother's laugh and finding a perfect shell on the beach, all mixed together." Harry nodded, understanding exactly what she meant. The feather communicated in feelings and impressions rather than words, in qualities of light rather than specific images. Luna closed her eyes, her expression one of deep concentration mixed with joy. "It's showing me things," she said softly. "Not exactly memories, but feelings, light, connection." For several minutes she sat in silence, her face illuminated by the feather's glow. Harry watched as her expression shifted through various emotions: wonder, nostalgia, sorrow, peace, and finally a quiet joy. When she opened her eyes again, they were bright with unshed tears, but she was smiling. "Thank you, Harry," she said. "That was... I don't have the words for what that was." The feather's light had begun to dim slightly, and Harry sensed that its purpose with Luna was nearing completion. "I think it wants to show you one more thing," he said, guided by that same intuition that had led him here. Luna nodded and closed her eyes once more. The feather's light pulsed, growing brighter for a moment, then steadily dimmer until it faded completely, leaving only an ordinary, though still beautiful, phoenix feather in Luna's hand. "It's gone into me," Luna said with quiet certainty, opening her eyes. "The light, it's not gone, just inside now, where I can always find it." Harry thought of the ever-burning candle, how it showed that light persisted even when not visible, and nodded. "I think that's exactly right." Luna looked down at the now ordinary feather with a smile. "May I keep this as a reminder?" "Of course," Harry said, knowing that this too was part of the feather's journey, to stay with Luna now, a physical token of the light it had shared with her. They sat together a while longer, watching the snow fall in comfortable silence. Luna seemed different somehow, not dramatically changed, but lighter, as if some invisible burden had been eased. "I think I'll be able to sleep now," she said eventually. "The snow sprites will have to wait for another night." Harry walked with her back toward the Ravenclaw Tower, their footsteps echoing softly in the empty corridors. Before they parted ways, Luna turned to him with her usual directness. "You've changed, Harry," she said. "There's a different kind of light around you now, steadier, like the stars rather than candles." Her perception didn't surprise him. Luna had always seen things others missed. "I've been learning something new," he said simply, "about light and magic." Luna nodded, as if this explained everything. "It suits you," she said. Then, with a gesture that surprised him, she reached out and gave him a quick hug. "Thank you for finding me tonight." As he watched her disappear up the spiral staircase to Ravenclaw Tower, Harry felt a deep sense of rightness. The feather had guided him to exactly where he needed to be, to someone who needed exactly what it had to offer. Outside, the snow had begun to ease, the heavy flakes giving way to a gentler, more scattered fall. Through breaks in the clouds, stars were beginning to appear, their ancient light reaching Earth after journeys of unimaginable distance and duration. Harry made his way back toward Gryffindor Tower, his steps lighter than they had been in days. He thought about Luna's words, about the light around him changing, becoming steadier. Perhaps that was what growth looked like in the realm of light magic. Not dramatic flashes of illumination, but a gradual shift toward a more constant, reliable radiance. The castle was beginning to stir as the earliest risers prepared for the day ahead. Dawn wasn't far off, Harry realized, and he had fulfilled the task Dumbledore had set for him. The feather had found someone who needed its light, and in sharing that light, had completed its journey, or perhaps begun a new one with Luna. When he reached the portrait of the fat lady, he gave the password and slipped inside to find the Gryffindor common room empty, save for the glowing embers in the fireplace. He settled into an armchair by the dying fire, feeling pleasantly tired but also energized in a subtle way, as if the night's experiences had recharged something essential within him. He closed his eyes and practiced one of the awareness exercises from Elwyn's book, visualizing his inner light as a steady, gentle radiance at his core. As he did so, he noticed that the quality of this light seemed slightly different now, warmer somehow, more connected to the world around him. The feather's journey had changed him too, in its quiet way. Outside the tower windows, the sky was beginning to lighten with the first hint of dawn. Another day was beginning at Hogwarts, bringing with it new challenges and discoveries. Harry watched the gradual brightening with a sense of peaceful anticipation, knowing that whatever the day might bring, he carried within him a light that could never truly be extinguished, only shared, and in the sharing made stronger. Later that day, as evening approached once more, Harry made his way back to Dumbledore's office. The corridors were livelier than they had been the night before, with students hurrying to finish last-minute tasks before the holiday break officially began the next morning. "Peppermint snowflake," he told the gargoyle, which slid aside to reveal the spiral staircase. As he climbed, he wondered what Dumbledore would make of his experience with Luna and the feather. The office was quieter tonight, the floating candles fewer in number, though the fire still burned cheerfully in the grate. Fawkes dozed on his perch, one eye opening briefly to acknowledge Harry's arrival before closing again. Dumbledore sat at his desk, writing with a long white quill, but set his work aside as Harry entered. "Ah, Harry, welcome back," he said warmly. "Please, sit down. I've been looking forward to hearing about your evening." Harry settled into the same comfortable chair he had occupied the night before, noting that the ever-burning candle and the mirror of gentle echoes still rested on the small table nearby, their subtle magic a familiar presence. "The feather led me to Luna Lovegood," Harry began, and proceeded to recount the encounter, finding Luna alone in the corridor, their conversation, and the way the feather had shared its light with her before fading to an ordinary phoenix feather that remained in her keeping. Dumbledore listened attentively, his expression thoughtful. When Harry had finished, he nodded, as if Harry's account had confirmed something he already suspected. "Luna Lovegood," he said softly. "Yes, I can see why the feather would seek her out. A remarkable young woman with an uncommon capacity for seeing beyond the obvious, and one who has known both light and shadow in her young life." "She said the light went into her," Harry added. "Not that it disappeared, but that it became part of her." Dumbledore smiled. "A perceptive observation. The light contained within magical vessels, whether crafted like Elwyn's candle and mirror, or naturally occurring like the phoenix feather, isn't consumed when shared. It transforms, becoming part of those who receive it, and often growing stronger in the process." He rose from his desk and moved to stand by the window, looking out at the winter evening. "What you experienced last night, Harry, was another aspect of light magic, the sharing or transmission of light from one being to another. It's a natural extension of the awareness you've been cultivating." Harry thought about this, seeing how it connected to his earlier practices. "Like how the candle and mirror work together," he said, showing both past and present and creating something new between them. "Precisely," Dumbledore said, pleased with the connection. "Light magic begins with awareness of one's own inner radiance, then extends to recognition of that same light in magical objects and eventually to other beings. The boundaries between these categories are more permeable than they might initially appear." He returned to his seat, his expression growing more serious. "What did you learn from this experience, Harry?" Harry considered the question carefully. "I learned that sometimes we're guided to exactly where we need to be, if we're willing to trust and follow that guidance, and that sharing light doesn't diminish it. It actually seems to make it stronger, both in the one who receives it and the one who shares it." Dumbledore nodded, his eyes twinkling with approval. "Well observed. These are fundamental principles of light magic, and indeed of many forms of magic that work with the deeper currents of existence." He gestured to the ever-burning candle and the mirror of gentle echoes. "The vessels we have been working with are tools for understanding these principles. They help us recognize and cultivate qualities that exist within all magical beings. The capacity to preserve and honor joyful memories, to acknowledge our inner strengths, and to share the light we contain with others who might need it." Fawkes stirred on his perch, stretching his wings before settling back into his doze. The phoenix's movement drew Harry's attention. and he found himself wondering about the connection between Fawkes and the feather that had journeyed so far before returning. "Sir," he asked, "why did the feather return to Fawkes after all this time, and why share its journey with me?" Dumbledore's expression grew thoughtful. Phoenix magic follows cycles of renewal and return. The feather's journey was complete in one sense. It had gathered what it was meant to gather, touched the lives it was meant to touch. But in another sense, a new cycle was beginning. He gestured toward Harry. "As for why you were chosen to participate in this transition, I believe it relates to your growing facility with light magic. You have shown an uncommon aptitude for these practices, developing in months an awareness that many wizards spend years cultivating." The fire crackled softly in the grate, sending shadows dancing across the office. Outside, the early winter evening had deepened into full darkness, stars appearing one by one in the clear sky that had followed the previous night's snowfall. "There is a quality in you, Harry," Dumbledore continued more gently, "that resonates particularly strongly with this form of magic. Perhaps it has always been there, or perhaps it developed in response to the challenges you have faced. Either way, it makes you uniquely suited to understanding and working with these subtle energies." Harry felt a mix of emotions at these words: pride at the recognition, a sense of responsibility, and a quiet joy at having found a form of magic that felt so natural to him. It was different from his experience with defensive spells or practical charms, less dramatic perhaps, but more deeply integrated with his sense of himself. "What happens next?" he asked. "With the light magic, I mean." Dumbledore smiled. "That, Harry, is largely up to you. The foundations have been laid. You have developed a basic awareness of your inner light, learned to work with external vessels like the candle and mirror, and now experienced the sharing of light with another being. From here, there are many paths you might explore." He rose and moved to one of his bookshelves, selecting a small, leather-bound volume that Harry hadn't seen before. "This is another of Elwyn's journals," he said, returning to hand it to Harry. "It describes more advanced practices of light magic, including ways of working with natural light sources, sun, moon, stars, fire, and techniques for creating light vessels of your own." Harry accepted the book carefully, feeling the subtle magic that seemed to emanate from its pages, similar to what he had sensed from the phoenix feather, though quieter, more contained. "I recommend continuing your daily practice during the holiday break," Dumbledore advised. "Even a few minutes each day will help maintain and strengthen what you have developed so far, and when you return, we can explore some of these more advanced aspects together." Harry nodded, slipping the book into his robe pocket. "I will, sir. Thank you." They talked a while longer as the evening deepened, discussing various aspects of light magic and how they connected to other forms of magical practice. Dumbledore shared stories from his own explorations of these traditions, and Harry found himself increasingly fascinated by the breadth and depth of this field that had been entirely unknown to him just a few months ago. Eventually, the clock on Dumbledore's wall chimed softly, marking the late hour. "I've kept you too long," Dumbledore said with a smile. "You should get some rest. The train leaves early tomorrow, doesn't it?" Harry nodded, though he was reluctant to leave the peaceful atmosphere of the office. "Yes, sir. But I'm not going back to the Dursleys for Christmas this year. I'll be staying at the Burrow with the Weasleys." "Ah, excellent," Dumbledore said, his eyes twinkling. "A proper wizarding Christmas, then. I can think of few homes more filled with genuine warmth and light than the Weasleys. It will be a perfect environment for continuing your practice." As Harry stood to leave, Dumbledore added, "One more thought before you go, Harry. You might consider sharing some of what you've learned with your friends. Not all of it, perhaps. Some aspects of light magic are best experienced directly rather than explained. But Ron and Hermione might appreciate understanding what you've been exploring these past months. Harry considered this. He had mentioned the light vessels to his friends in passing, but hadn't gone into much detail, partly because the experiences had felt so personal, and partly because he wasn't sure how to put them into words. "I think I will," he said finally. "At least some of it. Hermione's already curious. She's found some books in the library that mention light magic, and Ron, well, he might be more interested than he lets on." Dumbledore nodded, his expression warm. "Sharing our journeys with those we trust enriches both the telling and the experience itself. Good night, Harry. Safe travels tomorrow." "Good night, Professor," Harry replied, feeling a deep gratitude for all that Dumbledore had shared with him. "And thank you for everything." The corridors were silent as Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower, most students having already retired in preparation for the early departure the next day. He walked slowly, savoring the quiet beauty of the castle at night. The soft glow of torches along the walls, the whisper of snow against the windows, the occasional murmur of a sleeping portrait. His mind was full of all he had experienced and learned over the past months. The ever-burning candle with its memories of joy, the mirror of gentle echoes with its reflections of inner strength, and now the phoenix feather's journey and its sharing of light with Luna. Each had revealed different aspects of magic and of himself, creating a tapestry of understanding that felt both new and somehow deeply familiar. When he reached the portrait of the fat lady and gave the password, he found the Gryffindor common room nearly empty. A few seventh years were gathered by the fire, talking quietly, and in a far corner, Ron and Hermione sat at a table, apparently waiting for him. "There you are," Hermione said as he approached. "We were wondering where you'd gone." "Dumbledore wanted to see me," Harry explained, settling into a chair beside them, "about that light magic I've been learning." Ron looked up from the wizard chess set he'd been absently rearranging. "More candles and mirrors?" he asked, though his tone was curious rather than dismissive. "A phoenix feather this time," Harry said, and proceeded to tell them about his evening. Dumbledore's story of the feather's journey, the task he had been given, finding Luna in the corridor, and how the feather had shared its light with her before becoming an ordinary feather she could keep. Hermione listened with rapt attention, her mind clearly working to connect this new information with what she had already researched. "That's fascinating, Harry," she said when he had finished. "It fits with what I've been reading about light magic as a form of connection and communication. The feather was like a messenger between beings, carrying light from one to another." Ron looked thoughtful, which Harry took as a good sign. "So, this light magic," he said slowly, "it's not just about making things glow or creating fancy effects. It's about seeing differently, connecting differently." "Exactly," Harry said, pleased with Ron's insight. "It starts with awareness of your own inner light, then extends to recognizing that same light in objects, in nature, in other people. Dumbledore says the boundaries between these categories are more permeable than they appear." "That makes sense," Hermione nodded. "Many ancient magical traditions view separation as an illusion. They see all magic as interconnected, flowing from a common source." Ron leaned back in his chair, considering, "And you can learn to work with this, to see and feel these connections." "Yes," Harry said. "Through practice, mostly. Simple exercises to develop awareness, like visualizing your inner light or focusing on how it changes with different emotions. It's subtle at first, but it builds over time." The fire crackled softly in the grate, casting a warm glow over the three friends as they talked into the night. Harry found himself able to articulate aspects of his experience that he had previously struggled to put into words, and was surprised by how much clearer his own understanding became through the sharing. Ron, while still mildly skeptical of anything that didn't produce immediate, tangible results, showed genuine interest in the practical aspects, particularly the idea that light magic might enhance other forms of spellwork. Hermione was already making connections to her extensive reading, citing sources from ancient Egyptian lightworkings to medieval European traditions of illumination magic. As their conversation wound down, the common room now empty except for them, Harry felt a deep sense of contentment. Sharing his experiences with his friends had indeed enriched them, just as Dumbledore had suggested it might. The light vessels and practices remained special, personal in a way that was difficult to fully convey, but the sharing itself had created yet another kind of light, the warm glow of friendship and mutual understanding. Outside the tower windows, the winter night was clear and cold, stars scattered across the black velvet sky like diamonds on a jeweler's cloth. Inside, the fire burned low, casting long shadows that danced softly on the walls. The three friends, bound by years of shared adventure and quiet moments alike, sat in companionable silence, each absorbed in their own thoughts, yet connected by something deeper than words. Tomorrow would bring the journey to the Burrow, Christmas celebrations, and eventually return to the challenges and discoveries of Hogwarts life. But for now, this peaceful moment was enough. A pause between breaths, a space of quiet appreciation before the next step of the journey began. Harry thought of the phoenix feather, journeying far and wide before returning home, forever changed, yet essentially the same. Perhaps their own journeys were not so different, adventuring out, gathering experiences, returning to the people and places that anchored them, carrying all they had learned and seen. With this comforting thought, he leaned back in his chair, allowing the gentle pull of sleep to gradually claim him. As consciousness faded, he carried with him the peaceful glow of inner light, the warm presence of friendship, and the quiet certainty that whatever paths lay ahead, they would navigate them together, guided by the light they shared and strengthened. As the Christmas holidays unfolded at the Burrow, Harry found himself incorporating his light magic practices into the daily rhythms of life with the Weasleys. Each morning he woke before the others and spent a few quiet minutes with Elwyn's journal, reading a short passage and then attempting one of the exercises described. Sometimes this meant simply sitting with awareness of his inner light. Other times it involved more active visualization or work with natural light sources, the pale winter sun, the crackling fire in the hearth, or, on clear nights, the silvery glow of the moon and stars. Mrs. Weasley, noticing his early rising, assumed he was simply an early bird and would often have a cup of hot tea waiting for him when he came downstairs. These quiet mornings in the kitchen, with steam rising from his mug and the first light of day filtering through the windows, became precious moments of peace amid the cheerful chaos of the Weasley household. The techniques from Elwyn's journal integrated surprisingly well with the festive activities. As the family decorated the house with evergreen boughs and magical ornaments, Harry found that his awareness of light allowed him to appreciate the beauty of the process in new ways. The glow of enchanted candles, the shimmer of magical snow on the indoor trees, the subtle radiance that seemed to emanate from the home itself as layers of joy and celebration accumulated. On Christmas Eve, as they all gathered in the living room to exchange one special gift before the main celebration the next day, Harry noticed something that he might have missed before his studies of light magic. Each person present, Ron, Hermione, Ginny, the twins, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, even Percy, who had deigned to join them, seemed to carry a unique quality of light, as individual as a fingerprint yet part of a harmonious whole. Ron's light was steady and loyal, occasionally flaring with humor or passion. Hermione's was bright and precise, like a well-focused lamp, illuminating every corner of a room. The twins shimmered with identical mischievous sparkles, while Ginny's light was fierce yet warm, like banked coals that could burst into flame at any moment. Mr. and Mrs. Weasley glowed with the steady, nurturing radiance of those who had cultivated love over many years. Watching them interact, Harry could almost see the connections between them, lines of light flowing from one to another, strengthening and shifting with each exchange. It wasn't a visual perception exactly, more a kind of awareness that registered just below the threshold of ordinary sight. "You're quiet tonight, Harry dear," Mrs. Weasley said, passing him a mug of hot chocolate topped with whipped cream and a sprinkle of cinnamon. "Is everything all right?" Harry smiled, accepting the mug with gratitude. "Everything's perfect," he assured her. "I was just noticing things, how special this is." Mrs. Weasley patted his shoulder with motherly affection. "It is indeed. Having you here makes it even more so." As the evening continued with carols, stories, and much laughter, Harry felt fully present in a way that was both new and familiar, aware of each moment as it unfolded, appreciative of the light that surrounded him, yet not separate from the experience. This, he realized, was what Dumbledore had meant about the integration of awareness with everyday life. Not an esoteric practice reserved for quiet rooms and special objects, but a way of being that enriched ordinary experiences with extraordinary perception. Later, as he lay in bed in Ron's room, listening to his friend's gentle snoring, Harry reflected on how much his understanding had grown since that first evening with the ever-burning candle. What had begun as curiosity about a magical object had developed into a journey of discovery that touched every aspect of his life at Hogwarts and beyond. The challenges that awaited him, OWL exams, the ongoing threat of Voldemort, the complexities of growing up, remained unchanged. But his relationship to those challenges had shifted, subtly yet significantly. He carried within him a center of quiet light that provided perspective and resilience, a reminder that beneath the surface turbulence of events, there existed a deeper current of connection and continuity. As sleep began to claim him, Harry's awareness drifted to the small travel version of the Mirror of Gentle Echoes that Dumbledore had given him, resting now in his trunk. Perhaps tomorrow he would share it with Ron and Hermione, offer them a glimpse of their own inner strengths reflected back to them. Or perhaps he would wait for the right moment, trusting that, like the phoenix feather finding Luna, the appropriate time would make itself known. Outside the window of the burrow, snow began to fall again, soft flakes drifting through the darkness like tiny stars descending to earth. Inside, the house and its occupants were wrapped in the warm embrace of sleep and dreams, their combined presence creating a sanctuary of light amid the winter night. A reminder that even in the coldest season, warmth persisted, connections endured, and light continued its eternal, gentle journey through the world. And somewhere in that peaceful space between waking and dreaming, Harry carried with him the accumulated wisdom of his recent explorations. The ever-burning candle's reminder that joy persisted through all changes, the Mirror of Gentle Echoes' reflection of inner strength, and the phoenix feathers' lesson that light was meant to be shared, growing stronger in the sharing. These insights would remain with him, subtle guides on the path ahead, illuminating his journey one step at a time through whatever challenges and discoveries awaited. A quiet magic, as ancient as the stars and as personal as the light that burned within his own heart, constant and true. Spring had returned to Hogwarts at last, bringing with it longer days, budding flowers, and a sense of renewal that permeated the ancient castle. The grounds were awash with fresh green growth, and students spilled outdoors during breaks, eager to feel the sun after the long winter months. Even the forbidden forest seemed less forbidding, its edge softened by new leaves and wildflowers that peeked from between the trees. For Harry Potter, the change in seasons felt particularly significant this year. The months since Christmas had been filled with continuing exploration of light magic under Dumbledore's guidance, each lesson building upon the last, in a gradual unfolding of understanding. The ever-burning candle, the mirror of gentle echoes, and the journey of the phoenix feather had each revealed different aspects of this ancient magical tradition, and Harry had felt himself changing along with the lessons, growing more centered, more aware, more connected to the subtle currents of magic that flowed through and around him. On this particular evening in late April, Harry sat by the window in the Gryffindor common room, watching the sunset paint the sky in hues of gold and rose. Most students were at dinner in the Great Hall, but Harry had finished early, wanting some quiet time to practice the visualization exercises from Elwyn's latest journal. As he gazed out at the darkening grounds, a small school owl appeared at the window, tapping gently on the glass. Harry opened the window, and the owl hopped inside, extending its leg to reveal a small scroll tied with a purple ribbon. After relieving the owl of its burden and offering it a treat from the bowl Hermione kept for such occasions, Harry unrolled the message, recognizing Dumbledore's elegant script. Harry, if your evening schedule permits, I would welcome your company on the astronomy tower at 9 o'clock. The night promises to be particularly clear, and there is something I believe you are ready to see. The password for the tower door tonight is celestial harmony. Harry felt a flutter of anticipation. His lessons with Dumbledore had moved in a pattern that seemed to follow the natural world, beginning in the cozy interior spaces during winter, then gradually expanding outward as spring approached. They had recently been working with the light of dawn by the lake, and with the subtle glow of magical plants in Professor Sprout's greenhouses. What might Dumbledore wish to show him on a clear night at the astronomy tower? When Harry arrived at the tower precisely at 9 o'clock, he found the door at the top of the spiral staircase ajar, soft silver light spilling through the opening. He pushed it open to reveal the circular observation platform, open to the sky above, though protected from the elements by subtle magical boundaries that kept the wind gentle and the air pleasantly cool rather than chilly. Dumbledore stood at the eastern edge of the platform, gazing up at the emerging stars. He turned as Harry approached, his face illuminated by the waxing moon that hung low on the horizon. "Ah, Harry, right on time," he said warmly. "I trust I haven't disrupted any important evening plans." Harry shook his head. "Not at all, Professor. I was just doing some reading in the common room." "Elwyn's journals, perhaps?" Dumbledore asked with a knowing smile. "Yes, sir. The section on working with plant luminescence. It's fascinating how different magical plants emit distinct qualities of light." Dumbledore nodded, clearly pleased. "Indeed. The light of living things carries unique signatures that tell us much about their nature and properties. But tonight," he gestured toward the darkening sky above them, "I thought we might turn our attention to a different source of illumination." The night was indeed exceptionally clear, as Dumbledore had predicted in his note. With the sun now fully set, stars were appearing one by one, pinpricks of light against the deepening blue-black canvas of the sky. The moon, not yet full but generously rounded, cast a silvery glow over the tower and the grounds below, illuminating the lake in the distance like a mirror reflecting the heavens. "Beautiful, isn't it?" Dumbledore said softly. Even after all these years, the night sky never fails to inspire a sense of wonder in me. Harry nodded, feeling the quiet majesty of the scene before them. There was something both humbling and exhilarating about standing beneath such vastness, a reminder of how small they were in the grand scheme of things, yet also how fortunate to be able to perceive and appreciate such beauty. The stars have held special significance for wizards and witches throughout history, Dumbledore continued, his voice taking on the gentle cadence that Harry had come to associate with their lessons. Not just for the practical purposes of astronomy and navigation, but as a source of magical inspiration and connection. He gestured for Harry to join him at the eastern parapet, where a small wooden table had been set with 2 steaming mugs. Hot chocolate seemed appropriate for stargazing, Dumbledore explained with a smile, an earthly comfort to balance the celestial grandeur. Harry accepted a mug gratefully, the rich aroma of chocolate rising with the steam. They sipped in companionable silence for a few minutes, watching as more stars appeared, filling the sky with their ancient light. "What you have been learning these past months, Harry," Dumbledore said eventually, "has prepared you for a somewhat more advanced aspect of light magic, one that works specifically with the light of stars. Are you familiar with the concept of sympathetic resonance?" Harry thought back to his reading. It's when one vibrating object causes another to vibrate at the same frequency, isn't it? Elwyn mentioned it in relation to light vessels resonating with each other. Precisely. Dumbledore nodded approvingly. Sympathetic resonance occurs throughout nature and magic. Like calls to like, patterns recognize themselves in other patterns. This principle underlies many forms of magical connection, including what I wish to share with you tonight. He set his mug down and drew his wand, gesturing toward the star-filled sky. There is an old enchantment, known only to the headmasters and headmistresses of Hogwarts, that allows us to see something quite remarkable in the night sky above the castle. It works on the principle that every student who has ever attended Hogwarts leaves an impression, a magical signature, if you will, that resonates with the stars themselves. Harry's interest was immediately piqued. So, the stars remember everyone who's been at Hogwarts? In a manner of speaking, Dumbledore replied, it's more accurate to say that the enchantment reveals connections that already exist between the magical essence of each person and the eternal light of the stars. These connections are always present, but the spell makes them visible to our perception. He raised his wand toward the zenith of the sky and spoke in a clear, melodious voice. Siderius Memoria. For a moment, nothing seemed to happen. Then, gradually, Harry began to notice a change in the stars above them. It wasn't that they moved or changed position, but rather that certain stars, hundreds of them, began to glow with a slightly different quality of light, as if a new layer of illumination had been added to their existing radiance. As Harry watched, fascinated, thin lines of silver light began to appear between these highlighted stars, connecting them in intricate patterns. The lines shifted and flowed like gentle currents in a cosmic ocean, forming and reforming into different configurations. And within these flowing networks, Harry began to see names, hundreds, thousands of names written in starlight across the night sky. These are the names of Hogwarts students, Dumbledore said softly, past and present, their magical signatures resonating with the stars. The enchantment makes these connections visible to us, revealing a tapestry of light that spans centuries. Harry gazed upwards, awestruck by the shimmering display. Some names glowed brighter than others, some twinkled or pulsed with gentle rhythms, and all were connected by those flowing silver lines, creating a vast luminous network above the castle. It's Incredible, he breathed, unable to find more adequate words for the beauty and complexity of what he was seeing. Dumbledore smiled, his own gaze turned upward. Indeed it is. I've always found it a profound reminder of how we are all connected, not just to those who share our time at Hogwarts, but to all who have passed through these halls throughout the centuries, each life adding its unique light to this ongoing tapestry. Harry scanned the glittering names, recognizing some immediately, his fellow students, teachers, names from history books. He spotted Ron and Hermione, their names close together and glowing with a steady, warm light. He found Sirius, his name pulsing with a vibrant energy, and Professor McGonagall, her name shining with a clear, precise radiance that perfectly captured her essence. And there, not far from where they stood, he saw his own name written in stars, connected by threads of light to those he knew and cared about, but also to others he had never met, creating patterns he couldn't fully comprehend, but could sense were meaningful. The connections you see, Dumbledore explained, noting Harry's fascination with the flowing lines, represent various types of relationships and influences. Some are obvious: friendships, familial ties, mentor-student relationships. Others are more subtle: shared values, parallel journeys, moments where one person's actions indirectly affected another's path. Harry continued to explore the celestial display, discovering new details with each passing moment. He noticed that some stars glowed brighter when connected to certain names, while others twinkled in patterns that seemed to convey emotions or states of being. The brightness of each name corresponds to moments of magical achievement or personal growth, Dumbledore said, following Harry's gaze. The stars shine more intensely when a student masters a difficult spell, overcomes a significant challenge, or experiences a moment of important self-discovery. He pointed to a name that was currently glowing particularly bright, a fourth-year Ravenclaw whom Harry knew to be struggling with transfiguration. It seems Miss Chen has finally managed that cross-species switch she's been working on, Dumbledore said with a pleased smile. The stars register such accomplishments, however small they might seem in the grand scheme of things. And the twinkling? Harry asked, noticing how some names flickered and pulsed in different patterns. Ah, that reflects emotional states, Dumbledore replied. The enchantment is sensitive to the more ephemeral aspects of human experience: joy, sorrow, anticipation, reflection. It's rather like watching the emotional weather patterns of Hogwarts, constantly shifting yet following certain recognizable rhythms. As Harry watched, he began to discern these patterns more clearly. The excited flicker of anticipation around many of the 5th and 7th years preparing for exams, the steadier pulse of contentment among friends gathered in common rooms, the occasional dimmer, slower twinkle of someone experiencing sadness or worry. Attention was drawn to one name in particular, glowing faintly but with a distinctive pattern of twinkling that suggested deep anxiety. Peering closer, he recognized Neville Longbottom's name, its light fluctuating in a way that spoke of fear and uncertainty. "Neville's having a rough time," Harry said, concern in his voice. "His star is... I don't know how to describe it exactly, but it looks troubled." Dumbledore nodded, his expression thoughtful. "Mr. Longbottom is indeed facing some difficulties at present. Professor Snape's most recent essay assignment has him particularly worried, I believe, along with some personal matters. Concerning his grandmother's health, Harry felt a surge of empathy for his friend, wishing there was something he could do to help. As if reading his thoughts, Dumbledore continued. "The enchantment we're observing isn't merely passive, Harry. It allows for a certain kind of interaction. A way of sending light and strength to another, if you will. It's somewhat similar to what you experienced with the phoenix feather, though more subtle. He turned to face Harry directly, his blue eyes serious behind the half-moon spectacles. If you wish, you may choose one name, one person to whom you would like to send a wish of strength and courage. It's not a spell that compels or changes another's will, but rather a gentle support, a reminder that they are not alone in whatever challenge they face. Harry thought immediately of Neville, whose star continued to twinkle with that anxious pattern. "How does it work?" he asked. "Focus your attention on the name you've chosen," Dumbledore instructed. "Use the awareness of your inner light that you've been cultivating these past months. Imagine a connection forming between that light and the star representing the person. Then, with clear intention but gentle touch, send a wish for whatever quality you feel they most need right now. Strength, courage, peace, clarity." Harry nodded, understanding the process intuitively from his previous work with light magic. He focused on Neville's name, bringing his full attention to the faintly glowing stars that formed it. Then he closed his eyes briefly, centering himself and connecting with that inner light he had learned to recognize, the warm, steady radiance at his core. With this awareness established, he opened his eyes again and imagined a thread of golden light extending from his heart to Neville's star-written name. Along this connection, he sent a simple, heartfelt wish: courage and confidence. The recognition of strength already possessed but perhaps forgotten. As he did so, he noticed a subtle change in the quality of light around Neville's name. The anxious flickering didn't stop completely, but it steadied somewhat, and the overall glow strengthened, as if the stars themselves were responding to Harry's supportive intention. "Well done," Dumbledore said softly. "The connection has been established. Mr. Longbottom won't know the source, of course, but he may experience a moment of unexpected confidence, a reminder of his own capabilities that seems to come from within but is supported from without." Harry felt a quiet satisfaction, not pride exactly, but a sense of rightness, of having used what he had learned in a way that might genuinely help someone else. It was a subtle magic, not flashy or immediately dramatic like a well-cast defensive spell, but meaningful in its own way. "Can anyone use this enchantment?" he asked, still watching Neville's steadier light. Dumbledore shook his head. "The full enchantment is, as I mentioned, known only to the heads of Hogwarts. It requires a deep connection to the castle itself and an understanding of its magical foundations. However," he added with a smile, "there is a simpler version that can be taught to those who have developed sufficient awareness of light magic. It doesn't reveal the entire tapestry, but it allows one to see the connections to those with whom one has a personal bond." He turned to Harry, his expression thoughtful. "Would you like to learn it? It would be a fitting next step in your studies, I think, and particularly well suited to your natural inclinations." Harry nodded eagerly. "Yes, please, Professor." "Very well." Dumbledore gestured for Harry to join him at the center of the tower platform. "The incantation is Siderius Nexus, a variation of the full enchantment that focuses specifically on personal connections. The wand movement is simple, a gentle upward spiral, like this." He demonstrated the motion, a graceful clockwise spiral that reminded Harry of the rising patterns in the ever-burning candle's flame. "Now, as with all forms of light magic," Dumbledore continued, "the words and movements are merely the external framework. The real power comes from your internal state, your awareness of your own light, and your genuine connection to those whose stars you wish to see." Harry practiced the wand movement a few times until Dumbledore nodded in approval. Then, Focusing on that inner awareness he had been cultivating, he raised his wand toward the star-filled sky and spoke clearly. Siderius Nexus. For a moment he felt nothing, and wondered if he had performed the enchantment incorrectly. Then, gradually, he began to see certain stars brighten. Not as many as had been revealed by Dumbledore's more powerful spell, but several dozen, forming a smaller but still beautiful network of light above them. Among these highlighted stars, Harry recognized the names of those closest to him. Ron and Hermione, of course, but also Neville, Luna, Ginny, the other Weasleys, his fellow Gryffindors, and members of the DA. Sirius's name glowed particularly bright, as did Hagrid's and Professor McGonagall's. Surprisingly, he also saw Professor Snape's name, connected to his by a thin but distinct line of silvery light. The connections we see aren't always the ones we expect, Dumbledore said gently, noting Harry's surprise. They reflect deeper patterns than our conscious minds recognize. Shared experiences, parallel journeys, karmic ties that transcend our ordinary understanding of relationship. Harry continued to explore this more personal star map, noticing how the connections shifted and flowed, revealing nuances in his relationships that he had never consciously considered. There was a particularly strong golden thread linking his name to his parents, visible even though they were no longer living, a connection that transcended physical presence, resonating at the level of soul and essence. "The stars remember," Dumbledore said softly. "Even those who have left this physical plane remain part of the tapestry, their light continuing to influence and inspire." They stood in silence for some time, watching the shimmering names and flowing connections, each lost in their own thoughts and observations. The night air was cool but not cold, scented with spring blossoms carried up from the gardens below. Occasionally, an owl would glide silently past on its nightly hunt, momentarily outlined against the star-filled sky. Eventually, Dumbledore spoke again, his voice thoughtful. "What do you see in these patterns, Harry? What do they tell you about the nature of connection and influence?" Harry considered the question, taking his time to formulate an answer that reflected what he was truly experiencing rather than what he thought might be expected. "It's like a living network," he said finally. "Not static or fixed, but constantly shifting and responding. Each point of light affects others and is affected in turn, and the connections aren't simple or one-dimensional. They have different qualities, different resonances, I guess you'd call it." Dumbledore nodded encouragingly. "Go on. Some connections seem to strengthen or support the light of the names they link, while others seem more challenging or complex, but they're all part of the same system. The same, I don't know, dance or symphony." Harry paused, struggling to articulate the intuitive understanding that was forming as he observed the celestial display. "It makes me think that we're all more connected than we realize, more influenced by each other, even across time and space." "An excellent observation," Dumbledore said, clearly pleased. "The tapestry of light you're perceiving is indeed a visualization of something that exists beyond our ordinary awareness. The interconnected nature of all beings, particularly those who share the magical current that flows through Hogwarts. Each life touches countless others, creating ripples that extend far beyond what we can consciously perceive." He gestured toward the glittering expanse above them. "This enchantment makes visible what is normally hidden, allowing us to glimpse the larger pattern in which we all participate. It reminds us that we are never truly alone or isolated, that our actions and choices contribute to a greater whole that encompasses past, present, and future." As if to emphasize this point, a shooting star streaked across the sky, leaving a momentary trail of light that seemed to connect several of the glowing names in its path. Harry watched it disappear beyond the horizon, feeling a sense of wonder and perspective that was both humbling and uplifting. "I first saw this enchantment as a young teacher," Dumbledore said, his gaze distant as if looking into the past. "Headmaster Dippet performed it one night much like this one, when I was feeling particularly burdened by the responsibilities of my position. I remember being struck by the beauty of it, yes, but more significantly by the revelation that my struggles and efforts were part of something larger and more meaningful than I had realized." He turned to Harry, his blue eyes gentle behind the half-moon spectacles. "That is the greatest gift of this perspective, I think. The reminder that we are part of something greater than ourselves, connected to a legacy that extends backwards and forwards in time. Our challenges and triumphs are threads in a vast tapestry, contributing to a design we may not fully comprehend, but in which we play an essential role." Harry nodded, understanding this on a level that went beyond intellectual comprehension. The star map above them spoke directly to a part of him that recognized truth when encountered, that responded to beauty and meaning with an inner yes that required no further validation. As they continued to observe the celestial display, Harry noticed something interesting happening with the star that represented Neville. Its light was steadying further, the anxious flickering giving way to a more balanced, confident glow. At the same time, he felt a subtle warmth in his chest, as if the supportive intention he had sent was being acknowledged or completed in some way. "It seems Mr. Longbottom has found some courage," Dumbledore observed, following Harry's gaze. "The support you offered has taken root." Harry smiled, pleased that his small gesture might have made a real difference to his friend. It was a reminder that magic wasn't just about grand gestures and powerful spells. Sometimes the most meaningful magic came in quieter forms, in the subtle exchange of support and encouragement between connected beings. As the night deepened, the enchanted star map continued to shift and flow, revealing new patterns and connections with each passing moment. Harry discovered that if he focused on a particular name, he could sometimes perceive additional details, fleeting impressions of what that person might be experiencing or the quality of their current state of being. When he mentioned this to Dumbledore, the headmaster nodded. "The enchantment allows for a certain level of empathic awareness, especially with those to whom you are closely connected. It's not mind reading in the conventional sense, but rather a resonance with the essential pattern of another's experience." Harry found this both fascinating and slightly daunting. It was a form of connection that went deeper than ordinary interaction, offering insights that came with an implicit responsibility to respect and honor what was perceived. "With greater awareness comes greater responsibility," Dumbledore said, as if reading Harry's thoughts. "This form of perception isn't meant to be used for advantage or manipulation, but for understanding and support. It's a sacred trust in its way." Harry nodded, recognizing the truth in these words. The ever-expanding lessons in light magic had consistently emphasized this ethical dimension, the recognition that increased perception and ability carried with them a corresponding obligation to use these gifts wisely and compassionately. As the hour grew late, a gentle breeze picked up, carrying the scent of night-blooming flowers from the gardens below. The moon had risen higher in the sky, its silver light bathing the tower platform and casting long, soft shadows. In the distance, an owl hooted, its call echoing across the quiet grounds. "I believe we've kept the stars waiting long enough for tonight," Dumbledore said, glancing at a small silver timepiece he withdrew from his robes. "It's growing late, and you have classes tomorrow." With a gentle wave of his wand, he ended the full enchantment, the vast tapestry of names and connections fading gradually from view, leaving only the natural beauty of the night sky. Harry followed suit with his own spell, watching as his personal star map dissolved, the glowing names returning to ordinary stars, still beautiful, but no longer revealing their deeper significance. Yet even as the visible manifestation faded, Harry retained a sense of the connections he had perceived, an awareness that continued to resonate within him, changing subtly how he experienced his relationship to the world around him. "You may perform this enchantment whenever you wish," Dumbledore said as they prepared to leave the tower, "though I would suggest using it sparingly. On nights when the sky is clear and your mind is settled, it is most effective when approached with reverence and clarity, rather than as a casual exercise." Harry nodded, grateful for both the gift of the enchantment itself and the wisdom that accompanied it. "Thank you, Professor, for showing me this, and for all the lessons in light magic. They've changed how I see, well, everything really." Dumbledore smiled, his eyes twinkling in the moonlight. "You've been an exceptional student, Harry. Your natural affinity for these teachings has made sharing them a particular pleasure. But remember, what you've learned isn't separate from the rest of your magical education. It's a foundation that can enhance your approach to all forms of magic." As they descended the spiral staircase from the astronomy tower, Harry found himself reflecting on how true this was. The awareness he had developed through the practice of light magic had indeed begun to influence other aspects of his magical studies. His spellwork in classes had become more precise and integrated, requiring less effort to achieve better results. His understanding of magical theory had deepened, becoming more intuitive and less reliant on rote memorization. But perhaps more significantly, his overall experience of life at Hogwarts had shifted in subtle but meaningful ways. He found himself more present in daily interactions, more aware of the subtle currents of feeling and intention that flowed beneath the surface of events. He noticed beauty in places he might once have overlooked, the play of light through stained glass windows, the graceful movement of ghosts through ancient corridors, the unique quality of magic that permeated different spaces within the castle. "When you return next year," Dumbledore said as they reached the bottom of the tower staircase, "we'll continue your education in light magic, exploring some of its more advanced applications. But for now, I encourage you to integrate what you've already learned, to let it settle deeply into your being." Harry nodded, already looking forward to what new discoveries might await. "I will, Professor, and I'll keep practicing over the summer." "Excellent. The awareness you've developed doesn't require specific tools or conditions. It can be cultivated anywhere in any circumstance, even at your aunt and uncle's home," Dumbledore added with a knowing smile. They parted ways at the entrance to the tower, Dumbledore heading toward his office while Harry made his way back to Gryffindor Tower. The corridors were quiet at this late hour, most students having already retired to their dormitories. Harry walked slowly, in no rush to end this thoughtful mood that lingered after the stargazing. As he rounded a corner near the portrait of the fat lady, he nearly collided with Neville, who was returning late from the library, arms full of herbology books. "Oh, sorry, Harry," Neville said, steadying himself. "Didn't see you there." "No problem," Harry replied, studying his friend carefully. There was something different about Neville tonight, a subtle change in his posture perhaps, or in the directness of his gaze. He seemed more present, more grounded than he had been earlier in the day. "How's the studying going?" Harry asked, genuine interest in his voice. Neville smiled, and there was a confidence in his expression that Harry wasn't used to seeing. "Actually, really well. I was feeling pretty overwhelmed earlier, but something changed." Can't exactly explain it, but I suddenly remembered a technique Professor Sprout showed me for organizing information about plant properties. Once I started using it, everything just sort of fell into place. He shifted the books in his arms, standing a bit straighter, and I even figured out an approach for Snape's essay that might actually work. It's still going to be challenging, but I think I can do it. Harry felt a warm glow of satisfaction, recognizing that the supportive intention he had sent from the astronomy tower might well have contributed to this shift in Neville's outlook. "That's brilliant, Neville. I know you can do it too." They chatted for a few more minutes before continuing to the common room together, and Harry noticed how the conversation flowed more easily than usual, Neville speaking with fewer hesitations and more animation about his latest herbology project. Inside the common room, the fire burned low in the grate, casting a warm, flickering light over the few students still awake. Ron and Hermione were there, heads bent over a chessboard in deep concentration. They looked up as Harry and Neville entered, waving them over. "Where have you been?" Ron asked as Harry settled into an armchair beside them. "You missed Seamus accidentally turning his eyebrows purple while practicing charms. Funniest thing I've seen all week." "I was with Dumbledore," Harry said, exchanging a quick glance with Hermione, who immediately looked interested. "Learning something new about light magic." "The star thing?" Hermione asked eagerly, her chess game momentarily forgotten. Harry looked at her in surprise. "How did you know?" She smiled a bit smugly. "I found a reference to it in Hogwarts: A History of Magical Mysteries, a very rare supplement to the main text. It mentioned an enchantment that reveals the names of students written in the stars, though it didn't give any details about how it works or who can perform it." "That's it exactly," Harry confirmed, always amused but never surprised by Hermione's research skills. "Dumbledore showed me the full version, which only the headmaster can do, but then taught me a simpler one that shows connections to people I know personally." He went on to describe the enchantment and what he had seen, with Ron and Neville listening in fascination. Even Neville, usually quiet during such discussions, asked questions, particularly about the way the stars reflected achievements and emotional states. "So you could see how I was feeling earlier?" he asked, looking slightly embarrassed. Harry nodded. "I could see that you were anxious, though not why. The enchantment shows patterns, not specific thoughts. And you sent me what, exactly?" "Just a kind of supportive intention," Harry explained. "A wish for confidence and recognition of your own strength. Not telling you what to do or how to feel, just a reminder, I guess, of what was already in you." Neville considered this for a moment, then nodded slowly. "That makes sense. It didn't feel like something external or forced, more like remembering something I'd forgotten." The conversation continued late into the night, moving from the star enchantment to other aspects of light magic that Harry had been learning. Hermione, predictably, had dozens of questions about the theoretical foundations and historical context, while Ron was more interested in practical applications, particularly whether these techniques might help in defensive magic. As the fire burned down to embers and the common room emptied of other students, Harry found himself reflecting on how different this scene might have been a year ago. How much had changed in his understanding, yes, but also in his friendships, in the quality of connection he experienced with those around him. The star enchantment had made visible something he now felt more clearly, even without its aid: the network of relationships that supported and challenged him, the web of interdependence that included not just his closest friends, but all of Hogwarts, past and present. He was part of something larger than himself, a continuum of light and learning that stretched back centuries and would continue long after his time at the school was done. Outside the tower windows, the night sky was visible in patches between drifting clouds, stars twinkling steadily in the darkness. Harry knew that among those countless points of light were the names and stories of everyone who had ever walked the halls of Hogwarts, their triumphs and struggles, their moments of brilliance and doubt, all woven together in a tapestry too vast for any one person to fully comprehend. Yet he had glimpsed it, had seen his own place within that greater pattern, and that glimpse, like all the lessons in light magic that had preceded it, had changed him in ways both subtle and profound, opening his perception to layers of meaning and connection that had always been present, but had remained beyond his awareness until now. As the conversation wound down and his friends began to drift toward their dormitories, Harry lingered for a moment, gazing out at the star-scattered sky. He knew that tomorrow would bring its own challenges, classes and homework, the ongoing tensions with Umbridge, the looming prospect of OWLA exams. But he would meet those challenges from a different place now, with a broader perspective and deeper resources than he had possessed before. That night, as he finally settled into sleep, Harry carried with him the image of the star-written names, the flowing network of light that connected them all across time and space. And in that peaceful space between waking and dreaming, he felt once more the truth that Dumbledore had shared, that they were all part of something greater than themselves, connected through time, love, and memory in ways more enduring and significant than any momentary challenge or conflict. Outside the castle walls, the night continued its ancient rhythm, stars wheeling slowly overhead, their light constant yet ever-changing, illuminating the sleeping world below. And somewhere in that vast, star-scattered darkness, the patterns of connection remained, invisible now to human eyes, but no less real for being unseen. A quiet magic as old as the stars themselves, persistent, patient, and ultimately redemptive in its enduring light. Our magical journey through Hogwarts comes to a close for tonight. Now you'll hear the gentle crackling of the common room fire and soothing ambient sounds of the castle to accompany you as you drift off to sleep. These calming sounds will continue without any advertisements or interruptions. May your dreams be filled with magic and wonder, and may you sleep as peacefully as if you were tucked away in your cozy four-poster bed in the dormitory. Good night, dear witch or wizard, until our next adventure in the wizarding world.